Oh, you don't have to talk to him.
Hold on, let me show Ali the llama video.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot.
What the hell is the llama video?
Yes.
Yeah, don't look it up.
Okay, I won't. Be that way.
How's your day going?
Fade off.
That was for both of you, actually.
It's going all right. What are you up to?
I just finished having dinner, and now I'm going to start doing work because I have a space to listen to.
Sounds like homework.
No, it's fun work.
Now I'm just thinking about the bingo card. When you guys talk, I'm like, is that a bingo thing?
Yeah, I'm just dropping as many that I can think of right now in the chat.
You've got a lot of them.
People aren't that special. They have patterns.
Wait, say that again?
But people aren't that special. We all have patterns. Patterns of behavior.
Say more words.
I need not. You know what? How my day's going? I woke up, I started watching The Simpsons. I've dedicated myself to doing The Simpsons marathon as of yesterday. I'm up to season 2, episode 9. So 20 seasons plus to
you
go.
went all the way
Let's
back.
go.
Amazing.
Well, that's where all the good episodes are. I'll get bored about season 14.
It's so true. Do you have a favorite season from the early ones, or are you trying to just watch through and see what you got?
You know, it changes over time. It used to be season 7 for some reason. I think season 7 was probably like what I used to consider peak. But I'm watching some of the first episodes, like the very first episodes, and now I'm a little bit older. It's been a while since I've done a marathon. I think last time I tried to do it, I was about 22, 23, so still, like young adult, hadn't started working or anything, hadn't really had the exposure to people in the working world in the way that I do now. And honestly, right now I'm thinking the first season's the best season. There is so much depth in that season that just slowly gets watered down, and then by the end of it, it's like it's a cartoon of a cartoon, if that makes sense.
Season 8 to 12 are fucking fire.
Yeah, there was some really great episodes in there. My favorite moment of all time, though, for whatever reason, will still be when Homer says he's going to punch Lenny in the back of the head, and then it just cuts to that scene of him punching him in the head. I don't know why. That was just the best thing The Simpsons has done in my mind for some reason. Wonder how long I've got to that episode. Comes up, actually.
All right, Dan, give us a Danalog so I can press the bingo card.
On Analog. It was a night before Easter. Actually, it was Easter. Hopefully, everyone had a good Easter. I had a good Easter. I chilled, went on a date. Yeah, it was nice. Um, I got nothing, man. I just tuning in. I can't ramble. Can't ramble. No dental logs at this time.
What?
And yeah, I don't got anything, man. I got no powder. You know what I mean? I got no
Are you okay?
what?
Is everything good at home?
Exactly. Is everything okay at home, Dan? I don't know. I just don't know if it is. Yeah, it's all right. It's just it's been a weekend, you know? It's like the weather's been nice, so I've been out and about more. So and the weather sucked last week, so that's kind of weird. It was really, really shitty. And then it's all good. That's all good because on the third day he rose. They went to his tomb. They rolled back the stone. And sure enough, Michael had fled and gone to Discord. Uh, Syndicate Bingo.
This makes me wonder if we could token gate a bingo space, and you know,
Is that
where
when
I'm
you have
going
a
with
black
this.
bouncer?
That is exactly what I was getting at. Thank
Mm-hmm.
you, Michael. Where's Ruckus? No, so it does make me wonder if you could create like a Twitter Space bingo game that people could actually buy into and then participate. With like a cash pool for rewards for whoever wins or whatever.
Well, I mean, it's
But you'd
perfect for
need
the mobile.
verifiability.
You should be able to just pull up a screen and have something at the top there that, you know, you're all watching a movie and like every time, Kirk Douglas says a line, we all had to drink or something. But that's a drinking game. That's not exactly the same. Damn it.
It's funny because I look back to when I first came to the syndicate and I was like, nah, I don't want to make money. And now I'm just always like, can we make money doing this? Can we make money doing this? I blame you guys. Hope you know. Well, that's another one. Peter blames someone else for everything that's going well in his life.
Into the Peterverse. Da-da. I did work on a style called Into the Peterverse. It's an actual runway ML art style. And then I have a whole series of stuff that is Into the Peterverse. It's very disturbing. Into the Peterverse. Meet Americans. Meet a man in Australia. Meet a man who's good with wood. Look at this man and how he uses stable diffusion. Look at the hunky shirts on this hunky man. And all he wants is just wood. No, I can't do it. Can't see a woman. Not really into women. It's not my thing. What I like really more than anything in the world is like a really good piece of wood, something to sculpt, something to fine tune, something to like roll and smooth across my body and my hands. Do you sleep with wood? Absolutely. I have a lot of logs at home. I put them in the bedroom and I kind of roll around with them. People find that kinky. I find it freedom. Freedom's my name. If you want to find me on Freedom Reg. Peter, a young man who loves wood, toying between the wood and his lover. Tried to date him a couple years ago, and he usually was into his wood more than like me. What happened with my show, Peter? Well, so I really loved her a lot. I thought we had really well compatible. We were able, like, you know what I mean? Like, we were able to mesh. I understand, Peter. Much, physically. Like, I could actually fit with her, and that was really amazing. But she got me between me and my wood. If you know what I mean. Sorry. Just knew.
I like the term denalog.
Dialogue, really? The dialogue. Trying to resist. Gonna resist here and just get.
And no, it's good. It allows us to complete the things in our bingo card.
Mm-hmm. Allows us to complete.
Yeah, I'll put it to the top.
Nice.
Have you automated random variations of this? You know, like a huge list
Uh-huh.
of words and it only gives you 9. Yep.
Well, actually, I mean, you know what? That's a good point. I should have, because right now I'm randomizing their position in the table. I could randomize the words, like add more than 9 words. That's a good idea.
Yeah, the strings, right?
Uh-huh.
That's sort of what I was suggesting because then everyone could have a slightly different bingo card and we could see who
Yeah.
actually wins. You know, we could make it a little bit of a competition.
Yeah,
See who
but then
fills up their bingo card first.
we need somebody to parse their audio in real time so that the Whisper API could listen and then automatically highlight, like on the screen, which was chosen, right? So we actually have Alfred, who's our bot, hang out in Discord, and he's actually saying bingo, right? But he's actually listening at channel at the same time. That's what we got to figure out. We got to figure out we can't make a bot on here because the way bots work now, it's not going to let us do that. So we have to like basically siphon our audio and then build a whisper thing like on your laptop or something like that would listen to this conversation and then basically play bingo for you, which is all possible. It's very possible.
I wonder if we could make it an app, you know? Like, then you can just download this app that runs in the background while you're on the Twitter space and then it'll alert you. Hey, your bingo card filled up, you know? Here's your reward.
Well, I kind of like that based on how long you've been in the room. Wow. That's kind of cool. And then you get like room rewards because you're like, dude, I've like racked up 34 hours on Syndicate this week. I'm getting that big plushy bear. You know what I mean? You're at the fair and you like walk away with a big plushie, like, well, I want the unicorn. Well, you know, you're gonna have to beat Mike's record. What's it up to? 12,000 hours. Oh, I'm never gonna get that unicorn. You know what I mean? That's what's gonna.
See,
How
Twitter
much
spaces should just hire us. That's the way I see it.
how much is the one of E Rich dressed up as a judge? It's only 300. Oh wow. Just kidding. Saying there with a scalpel. I mean, this is the new like professional icon that she has, where she's like, "E Rich, check out my abs." That's what it says. Let's look. Any abs here? Do we have any abs? She's gonna pull this away before I get to it. I know her. She's gonna be like, "No, look at me. Look at me." Oh wow, it's like a high school picture. It's like
It was homecoming my senior year, and it
homecoming.
was
Oh
it
my
was way it
goodness.
was the dress like a different from a different time period. So it was my grandmother's dress from like the 40s,
That's good. That's like a Mad Men picture. That's
and the
pretty good.
pillbox hat, but you can't really tell in the black and white version of it.
Nice.
I feel like if we had an E-Rich plushie, you'd have to have an owl's head, though, you know?
Yes.
It'd be like a lawyer owl. It's holding up a piece of paper that says sign here, you know, like sort of comical, but just, you know, just to send the message. Michael, are you programming this Syndicate Bingo with ChatGPT?
Yes.
Good, good.
Yeah. And take too long. It just, troubleshooting so once you get the bingo card, you're like, well, you have to make the button work, right?
Yeah. Are you using GPT 3.5 or 4? Because I know there's that limit on 4 now of like, what is it, 25 messages every 3 hours?
I'm just using the regular web interface.
Yeah,
Whatever
yeah,
that
but I
is.
mean, like, you can pick the model when you're paying for ChatGPT, so you can use GPT 4
Oh,
or GPT 3.5.
yeah, I'm not paying for it.
Ah, so you're still running GPT 3.5 then?
Hmm.
Interesting. I think that's the thing that I find fascinating is that GPT-4 isn't such a significant leap over 3.5 that 3.5 becomes unusable for these kind of things, if you know what I mean. Boom, there's another one. Sorry, I had to say it. But it's just like I find myself leaning into using GPT-4 when I want the accuracy, but because it's limited, for most things I'll end up just, running standard GPT 3.5 or 3.5 legacy, whatever. So what do you mean Peter Wax is philosophical? Philosophical? Philosophical.
Peter waxes philosophic. Like, when we talk about IP rights of AI artists and stuff like that.
And what do you mean that I do that? I totally did not ever do that. Come on. Come on.
You gotta get everyone's signature. I gotta do an animation like Solitaire when someone gets 3 in a row.
You remember the Windows 95, 98, whatever, like
Mm-hmm.
the solitaire, the thing with the
Yeah,
cards at the end when you finish it? Yeah.
exactly.
Just making sure that's what you were talking about.
Jeez, I wonder if I could get the cells to do that. That'd be really cool.
It's kind of funny how a lot of people with ChatGPT are like, holy shit, we can program things. What do they go and program? Old things. Like people have made asteroids and like um Doom like whatever, like 3D games and things like that. Just like, holy shit, check it out, the AI can do this now. I love it. I wonder how good GPT would be at interpreting that though. Like, can you make the cells animate in the style of the solitaire animation at the end of solitaire in Windows 98 or whatever within the browser? Because that'd be kind of nuts if just a language model could figure that out. In the background, I'm currently generating broken ruckus voices, and they're breaking a little too hard. I want like actual English going on instead of just like what sounds like you know hellscapes of audio. So I'm sort of messing around trying to find the right balance between just using all the different symbols and where I place them and getting actual outputs while still getting like the weird broken stuff. It's a fun time. I don't know why I'm so obsessed with this, but it's silly and I enjoy it. So
Dude, I got the 11 labs. I forgot that I could train it. I found it was being a little too like it was putting a little too much English on the cue ball. You know what I'm saying? Like actual English accent. And so I fed it a just pared down version of my voice, just me speaking as natural as I can get. And with both, it's now really accurate.
Yeah. See, I think 11 Labs is cool, but I'm not sure what technology they're using
Yeah.
on the back end. Because I know UberDuck, I think they have their own proprietary thing as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you can pay for API access and whatever, blah, 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 but you can't just get the model and, like, run it locally, train it sort of thing. As far as I'm aware, Tortoise may be the only one that you can just run locally like that at the moment. There might be others out there somewhere in the world of GitHub and, like sort of hidden away, but that's why I'm messing with Tortoise. I don't really want to have to pay to mess around with this, if that makes sense. But 11 Labs, I will admit, the fact that it could just do the Sanskrit stuff, I'm impressed by that, Like,
That was fucking crazy, man. That was nuts. That also means that you could probably type in Japanese in there. It'd probably say that. Although,
yeah, that's worth a try.
yeah, that's worth a try for sure.
I want to hear, like, Weeaboo Michael now, The one thing that I got from the 11 Labs thing, though, is that it doesn't sound very expressive most of the time. I feel like it gets the voice right, but it kind of sounds a little bit cold and text-to-speechy. I mean, I'm not saying Tortoise doesn't, but Tortoise has this weird attitude of bringing in the pauses. I even got like Ruckus laughing in one of them. I'm not sure that the source content even had Ruckus laughing. Like, it was a very broken generation, but it's just little things like that where Tortoise is a bit more wacky, and I think that's kind of why I'm enjoying messing with it. Other than the fact that I'm going beyond the means of just English generation and breaking it, but How do you feel about the expressiveness of 11 Labs, Michael? Is there stuff that you haven't shown us that sounds a lot more expressive?
Let me do one right now. All right. So, have you ever wanted to be around other people without actually being around other people? Have you ever want to hang out without ever leaving the house? Well, that's why we created Together Alone. You see, it's hard being alone. The only problem is, it's even harder being together. So let's get together separately. Together alone.
The other question I have is, with 11 Labs, do you actually train specific voices?
Yes. All right. So check this one out. Hold on.
Sort of what I'm getting at is with Tortoise, I'm not actually training a voice. I'm just feeding it a directory of WAV files, if you know what I mean. It's not the same as like when I train a Stable Diffusion model.
All right, check this out. So this is the latest. Have you ever wanted to be around other people without actually being around other people? Have you ever wanted to hang out without ever leaving the house? Well, that's why we created Together Alone. You see, it's hard being alone. The only problem is it's even harder being together. Together alone, let's get together separately. It's a bit off, but you get it.
A bit off, but that's pretty good. I'll admit that's pretty fucking good.
Yeah, I think adding different styles, I think, helps it approximate. You know what I mean? If you consider that it's, sampling.
Was that supposed to sound like you? Sounds
Mhm.
nothing like you.
I think it's getting pretty good.
I
Wait a minute. I got a message here. Hold on. This is fucking whack. Okay, go ahead.
You got a message?
Yo, Zach, did I tell you that I can paste in
Sorry.
Sanskrit and it will speak Hindi back
I
in your
saw
voice?
the video.
Dude, what the fuck? Like, honestly, I was talking to Manisha and his friends, and they were like, yo, game over. Because they're going into like Maharashtra where they only speak Marathi and all of these Indian dialects. And they're like, yo, you realize we can just teach them in whatever dialect they have? And they were surprised.
I'm just waiting for the AI that can allow me to actually communicate with animals, you know? I want to be able to understand what my bird is saying.
I want that so badly. Oh my God.
I wonder
would
how
kill you.
far off that is, right?
I would
Dear
kill you
Peter,
if
I
I
know you've been
could.
struggling with your beliefs lately. You've been questioning everything you thought you knew about the world, and you're not sure what to believe anymore. I'm here to tell you that you're not alone. There are many people who feel the same way you do. And Zach, I know it's hard to accept that everything you thought you knew was wrong, but it's important to be open to new ideas. The truth is, the world is not as simple as we've been led to believe.
I think Metababy is actually an AI because she got copied pretty easily there, I have to say.
I feel like it lacks a little bit of that southern accent in her voice, though. You know? But
Yeah,
it definitely
totally.
sounds like Metababy to me.
I feel
I
like
can
11
recognize that's
Labs doesn't
Metababy.
do like low twang. It doesn't do the
It-
low end.
I mean, I don't think it does accents very well because, like, Mike's didn't come through in his, and that one. I don't know, Dan. Maybe yours might do better. Could I hear yours?
Here's another weird one. Let's see here.
Dear Peter, I know you've been struggling with your beliefs lately. You've been questioning everything you thought you knew about the world, and you're not sure what to believe anymore. I'm here to tell you that you're not alone. There are many people who feel the same way you do. And Zach, I know it's hard to accept that everything you thought you knew was wrong, but it's important to be open to new ideas.
Well, that's Hurls.
The truth is,
I thought that was Peter
That's
Marco.
Phil. That sounded so, like, Irish or something.
It sounds like Peter Marco.
What sample data did you use for Hell's voice? Did he put that, like, voice on when he was
just me and
speaking?
Michael fucking around and grabbed some stuff that was off of. Well, no, Hurls actually gave me some stuff in spoken word. I forgot. Yeah, he just gave me a couple spoken word samples. I mean, nothing polished here. I mean, you don't. But I can see messing around with adding a bunch of interesting samples into 11 Labs because it does get kind of twisted, or can.
I gotta wonder how it deals with voice combinations. Like, if you point something at a combination directory of, say, you know, my voice and Michael's voice, or your voice and Zach's voice, or E. Rich's voice and, you know, Alice Koshy's voice, for the sake of argument here. Like, how would it go about generating? Would it create a new voice, or would it just, like, pick and choose at moments? Because one thing I found with Tortoise is you can feed it a directory with a lot of samples of a person's voice, but sometimes it will just break and it will go into a completely different voice anyway, and then it will, like, bounce back and forth between. In some examples that I have of Ruckus, it goes into a woman's voice and then it comes back to Ruckus's voice, and I'm like, okay, that's odd. I don't know why it's doing that. I've heard of other people saying it does the same thing if you try to push it past 30 seconds, but this is happening like 10 seconds in. But I am using a lot of broken generation stuff, so I'm throwing in a lot of, like, symbols and characters that it doesn't understand. It gets confused, kind of, like, intentionally, of course, you know, exclamation mark, like, just, you know, spamming the exclamation marks, spamming percentage symbols, those kind of things. And I wonder how 11 Labs treats that. You know, I wonder if you can force 11 Labs to break in the same way.
Currently subverting another voice here. Hold on. Let's see what we got here.
Hi, I'm Marty, the burnout clown, Peter Zach.
It's too fast.
I believe that
What was
you
the
are
first
all
voice?
flat earthers. Y'all
Converted flat earthers.
That do kind of sound like Alice Koshy, though. This is what I'm getting when I really break it. When I really break it, this is what I get with Ruckus's voice, and it is terrible. I need more English going on, because it sounds like this. That's like the worst case scenario. It's just random noises and grunts and things. but also one of the most boring examples. That was just my last output.
All right, I'm going to train a Ruckus. So we have that.
My favorite ones are the ones that do this.
But Gwen, you feeling good? You feeling nice?
You are listening to the Syndicate Demon Possessions on Demand.
Fear. But
I don't know why, it just tickles me.
All right, here's something else weird.
Hey, I'm Rocco, Peter, Zach, and especially the you, Mike. I believe that you are all subverted flat earthers. You all have been programmed to believe that the world is round, but it is not the truth. The world is flat. Help me, and the government is hiding this information from us. They don't want us to know the truth because you know that it will change the world. Cure Destiny is a bitch, but a good band too.
That's weird.
Wait, is that Alice Goshi or Ruckus?
No, that's
Tell.
Ruckus. That's Ruckus, but I know that in like 11 Labs, if you put spaces and sentences, you get different kind of pause effects. And then I was putting in capital like words and they're like, help me, just because I'm curious, like if you can like have two characters like in the same sentence almost. I don't know, it's weird. There is something about Ruckus's voice that you can mess with the settings with it. I don't know what it is.
I suppose it depends on your input data as well. Ruckus can be very expressive, right? So it's interesting seeing how that interprets it. I feel like someone, when someone has a very specific style of talking, like I want to use David Attenborough as an example. It's extremely consistent the whole way through, right? I feel like you could feed it 10 seconds or you could feed it a minute of David Attenborough's voice and it would still get that tone and cadence of David Attenborough. Whereas Ruckus, I feel like, he has his moments where he gets like really hyped up. He has his moments where he's just like low and slow, as we call it, so there's a lot of range in it. And I think depending on your sample data, it's going to interpret it differently. And that's probably why it's so flexible, or like why I can do those different weird sort of things.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think I wish there was more parameters in the 11 Labs. You only have the 2, and you can't control speed. It'd be nice if that was automatically in there, but you can do it in other programs too. All right, so now we're gonna get Ruckus to rap. Oh man.
I tried getting Michael to sing, not sing, but spoken word reading of The Land Down Under. It was not good enough to share. It was funny, but it wasn't like something that I wanted to really use in the same way that I use those those fake ads by Michael.
I'm here to rap about Zach and Toast. It's a crazy combination, but it's all in my mind. I'm going to take you on a journey. So sit back and enjoy the ride of your life with me, your host, Bard. First, let's talk about skateboarding.
Yeah, that didn't really work out.
They're used to mind papers.
You got to feed it "fuck the police." You know what I mean? Like you got to give it the lyrics from "fuck the police." These are some of my favorite broken outputs, though, when it just does stuff like this.
What?
Like, that's got nothing to do with my prompt. Hey, 11 Labs is made by Polish people living in America. I just looked up 11 Labs, and it's a software company founded by Piotr Dapkowski and Mati Staniszewski, which are very much either Polish or in that region names. It's yeah, that's cool. +1 to my motherland. Good on you guys. Is it weird that I'm excited by that? Like,
I don't know,
whenever
it
I
could
see like
be. I
Polish
mean, are
names or
you
something, and I'm
weirdly
just like,
excited
yeah,
about
fuck yeah,
things?
let's go.
I think
Are
it's
you
very
usually excited
patriotic.
about?
Sorry, what was that? I literally did not hear either of you.
It's a
I
bit
know.
patriotic.
Yeah, it does feel a bit patriotic, but it's like, you know, it's not about the not so much the where they live, but it's kind of like, hey, these are my people, you know. +1 to our people in the AI sphere. Good on you. Dan, what did you say though? Because I really did not hear what you said.
I forget. I think that you should. I think you should really go boop yourself. You know what I mean? I think you should take you and whatever you have and just go boop yourself, Peter. I don't even know what that means, but you should just
Why?
do it. You know what I'm saying?
But why?
It's just going to be barbecue week. The weather's coming back. I need to get out of my funk, so I am going to purposefully torch who I am over the course of 5 days and be rewritten as a phoenix at the end. It's going to be epic. Maybe. I don't know. It could be good. Hopefully it will. It better
Just
be
don't
good.
barbecue yourself, yeah?
Yeah. It's all twisted. It's twisted.
Well, you said it's going to be barbecue week and you're going to torch yourself as a person. I'm thinking, you know, don't put yourself on the barbecue.
All right, here's the latest in standard tweets. Are you ready? Okay, the hotel I'm at has a cocktail. Wait a minute. Has a cockroach issue. And one literally crawled into my shoe when I was wearing it. She's naming cockroaches. What? That doesn't make any sense. But it's the internet. It's Twitter. It's not meant to make sense. So many robot videos these days. Remember when robots were just like, kind of happening, but nope, they're everywhere. Robots.
Plus the dynamic ones are the real, like, yeah.
Why predictions about the decline of Christianity in America may be premature. Da-da. But as soon as we know that Christianity is on the decline, we'll let you know. You know what I mean? The way headlines are written today, I hate all press. I actually give every piece of news I get, I kind of like give it to the AI. And I'm like, summarize, fact check, clarify. And it's like, does that for me. But then the other day, I was like, fuck that. And I was like, Ruckus, you can suck my. Oh, hey there, Ruckus. What's going on, Ruckus? Great to have you. We just had you in the room, man. We were playing the AI version of Ruckus, and he was just as on the fence as the usual one. It is what it is, guys. I think what we've seen is what we've seen, and what we've done is what we've done. And what we can do going forward is just to, do the right thing. Because it is what it is, whatever that was. Because it was what it was. That's, you know what I mean? I don't think you should say is what it is anymore. I think we should say it was what it was. It has a better ring to it. You know what I mean? You don't have to like sit there and like. That's the other thing. The other thing I hate about like Twitter channels is just I'm gonna go into a Dan rant right now. Is like the number of people who are like experts and the way they talk, they're not an expert because the way they actually like cast their voice. I just want to, I just know that millennials, I know, because it's obvious they don't like Sprite. None of them do. You know what I mean? Like, okay, so none of them like Sprite now. All that information in my whole head. I have tons of animations playback. I see people walking into like a freaking cheese, what is it, sheets, going right up to the coolers. What is it? Go right past the Sprite because they are not interested. None of them are. You know what I mean? That's the force of our data today. That's the way it is. Oh, America will never do that. And the number of foreigners, you fucks, who are like care about our politics, just go suck an ad. Yeah, go ahead, suck one. It's always like
You
somebody
know
on
what?
those channels. What?
You know what, Dan? I think that is exactly the attitude that America should have. And I don't
It
mean that in
should.
like but like you guys have made your politics our fucking issue for so goddamn long. Of
Look,
course we care. Of course we fucking care. It's
look.
your
The only
media.
time
It's
we
your
care about
media company
Australia
and
is when Nicole
franchise.
Kidman goes there. Okay, we don't care about it otherwise. There's no press release. There's no big flashing. Australia still sunny. Like we don't care about Australia, or at least the media tells us not to care about it. So I don't know about it.
That's right, the media, right? And I feel like it should be the same way. I
Exactly.
feel like your media should stop fucking forcing your politics on us as people because now we care about your politics and we're going to have opinions. And is it really America? Or is it the world's opinions in one place now? It's like, fucking hell. If America wants to move forward, like, they should stop doing that. I agree with you. We should all go suck an ad and, just stop putting it on us, and we'll stop
I don't
caring. It's
know. I
fine.
think you're just agreeing with me to actually make it sound like that you have a point. See, that would be another gaslighting kind of phrase. I'm not doing that though. I'm not. I respect that you live on an island. On a very small island. Actually, not that small.
Are
You're as
you,
big
are
as
you just salty because we don't want to defend Taiwan with you guys?
salty. I was never salty. I don't know what that. It's another phrase that entered my vernacular. Oh, you're just being salty. Oh God, gosh. Dude,
Well,
you
it's
got
the
your
opposite of
highways up
sweet,
in your
Dan. It's
panties
the
in a
opposite
bunch.
of
I
sweet.
don't wear panties, and they are not in a bunch. Sorry, what?
While we're speaking on these kind of things, these sayings, hang on.
Yeah.
Going to hell in a handbasket is one that really makes
Yeah,
me like
exactly.
cringe.
Who would go to hell in a handbasket? That would not even work. It would melt. It would totally burn up in, you know what I mean? You should be like, if you're going to go to hell, I'm going to hell in a heat resistant piece of ceramic. Yeah, that's the right way to go.
Yeah, like maybe a crock pot or something, right? Maybe a little Dutch oven, you know.
Yeah, but see, these are phrases that need to die. Like AI knows. I mean, AI would never do that. AI would never be like, it's like going to hell in a handbasket because the AI would be like caught in the playground with the other AIs and would be like, what the fuck was that? And the AI would be like, sorry, I was trying to make semantic markers with the humans. Well, that was stupid. You look like a dumbass, Susan. Well, I don't know. I thought I was supposed to get along with the humans. Right? But sure enough, it mimics us and it's terrible. Although I really love this scene in Unreal, I can't stop watching it.
One that always gets me as well. When you see people commenting on like someone's committed a crime and they're like, put them in jail and throw away the key. Like, okay,
Mm-hmm.
cool. It's such a big contribution to society, those comments are. I love it.
Throw away the key, indeed. Throw away the key.
All right, you ready for ruckus? Ruckus is good. I like ruckus.
Wait, I got a good ruckus as well.
People without.
Oh, listen.
Have you ever wanted to be around other people without actually being around other people? Have you ever wanted to hang out without ever leaving the house? Well, that's why we created Together Alone. You see, it's hard being alone. The only problem is it's even harder being together. Together alone. Let's get together separately.
Hey, Jeff.
You need to put the word millennials in there
I don't
somewhere.
think that sounded anything like him.
I've got a really bad generation. I should probably not share, but when I was saying like we should just beat it like fuck the police, you know. Well, yeah. Look, I'm not going to share this generation. It feels off color now.
Did you do that on your phone? Did you?
I'm using 11 Labs.
Okay.
What's going on, Jeff?
I was explaining the
not
technology
much.
to Mia this morning, and I was like just explaining how pretty cool it was. Sorry.
Oh, I was going to mention earlier when Peter and Dan were talking about the U.S. politics leaking in over there in the newsfeed. I honestly always assumed that Peter would get an overwhelming amount of his local news in his newsfeed, and then our American stories would just be kind of like only the most crazy ones would end up in his newsfeed, the way that only a handful of Australian news stories appear on my newsfeed. I assumed that he would just get his own Australian curated special news feed.
The problem is a lot of it leaks over because, okay, if you're trusting algorithms, I'm interacting with a lot of Americans. The majority of people I interact with online are Americans. So I'm going to get a lot of their content. I'm going to get a lot of what they like, what they retweet, whatever. My newsfeed, as curated by Google, tends to be whatever I search for, which is usually where I go. But the problem with that is it also sort of reinforces itself. So if I open up an article about an asteroid, suddenly I get like 10 different articles about asteroids that are approaching Earth that are like potential threats. And I'm like, come on, man, I know these things aren't going to hit us. Like if it was going to really hit us, there'd be a really big thing that was like, that kind of thing.
So you've noticed that too with the Google News feed, where if you read its story at the top of the news feed about something, and it will change the future news feed like before you got to it as if it was already there. So I'm always tempted to scroll all the way down and back up again to see if something changes, because it's like there's no way there was 5 stories about the asteroid. I just happened to read the first one, and then it went and changed the future one to think I'm really into that topic for the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, but I do like that it tries to sort of predict what you want in that way based on what you're viewing. As much as I think it's maybe a little bit intrusive and whatever, it's kind of it's a bit more refreshing than the actual news that we have here, if that makes sense. It's kind of like it's nice to see that it's trying at least to give me stuff that I want. Whereas the news here is very much like if we're talking about our actual media outlets, it tends to be the case that a lot of US politics stuff does bleed in, but we have majority of Australian stuff. It's just online social media aspect of like that's kind of how we all get our news. We either get it. I mean, I do go to like news websites occasionally, but usually I learn everything, or like I pick up all the news stuff from social media. It's things that are being posted, things that are trending, whatever, and the majority of that comes from you guys. So that's kind of what we deal with as a populace here.
I should go take a screenshot of all of the news that I've told Google Newsfeed not to show me, because some of it's like not interested in like hot men's asses or something. It's an outrageous list of things that I'm not into.
Wait. What do you mean you're not interested in hot men's asses?
Yeah, what are you talking about? Hot men's asses at the top of my list.
You think it'd be at the bottom of the list?
But so none of you get your news from cable television? Like you're not dialed into CNN, MSNBC, Fox. It's all internet.
Oh my god! I actually agree with Ruckus. Ruckus, I met you downtown Toronto.
Me?
Holy crap. Yeah, I remember interviewing you. All right, here we go.
I remember that interview.
Yeah. All right, I put it to the top. Ruckus,
Kind of
everyone.
slurred.
Incredible. See, I knew you'd catch you. I interviewed Ruckus. Remember when Ben was filming downtown?
So we both did that?
Yeah, we met Ruckus.
When?
Remember the black guy we were talking to that we interviewed? Remember when we did all those street interviews? Look, it's at the top.
Are you being a dumb or are you actually serious?
That's Ruckus.
For the record, I've never been to Toronto.
Check it out. That's you.
I want to see more, unicorn interviews. I'm not going to lie.
I have a bunch of stuff like that I have unlisted.
There's no way Ruckus is that white. I'm telling you, man, he's darker than that.
Ruckus, are you darker than that?
Hold on. Am I darker than that?
See, the thing
Right
that
now.
I
I don't think
disagree
that.
with you on,
Here's the thing.
Michael.
I don't
Typically,
think
no.
Ruckus
That's
is
your
like
winter
Wesley
shade.
Snipes black.
That's
I don't think he is.
my winter shade
Yeah, that's your winter shade. Your summer shade's a little bit darker. but
because I'm
that's
in
your
the
winter.
sun. But
Yeah.
that's what I look like. That shade, that complexion.
Nice.
Okay, so I am that complexion.
He's milk chocolate.
Yeah.
I just feel like Ruckus would be wearing like a casual, smart business, like I picture him with like the button-up shirt, the tie.
He's not wrong.
Tell me if I'm wrong. Tell me if I'm wrong.
Wasn't that guy dressed nice though? I feel like that
Nice,
was
but not what I imagine Ruckus would dress like.
Wasn't that guy dressed nice though?
Well, but they're saying that he would have dressed nicer, but like
Ruckus is kind of a Nautica kind of guy.
But it was cold. He wouldn't have been wearing
Yeah, yeah, it's true. No, but that's like
that guy was wearing like a nice peacoat, wasn't he?
yeah. Like Ruckus has that hat for sure.
No, not
and
the
he
hat.
has that beard.
I love the peacoats. I have a peacoat, but I don't do the hats. Like
But that's kind of like a Canadian Ruckus. You know what I mean?
How dare you?
He'd have a big Reds jacket on too, and it would say Cincinnati Go Reds on the back.
I don't because I'm conservative dresser.
Wait a
so-
minute. Are the Reds named after who I think it is?
The Redlegs. They were initially called the Redlegs.
Oh, I thought it was after Redskins. You know what I mean?
No.
No, they're named after Jesse Jackson. No way. That's named after Pete Rose, who was a famous gambler.
Yo, they need to let that guy in. Everyone's They found out everyone's gambling. There's not a person in the NBA that doesn't have a bookie and a gambling debt, apparently.
Not gonna happen. He won't.
Sounds about right. Ruckus, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
What sort of shoes do you wear when you go out in public?
So my new favorite shoes now are Merles.
That's a great shoe.
They're pretty cool. But
You mean
typically I wear
Merrells?
like basic Merrells. Yeah, Merrells.
Those are one of my
sorry.
favorites as well.
Yeah, they fit really well. I just got into them a year ago, but we shop at Famous Footwear, and I always just get like the $49 Asics entry level because
You don't have to say the price.
oh, sorry, entry level Asics or whatever it is, because I'm hard on shoes and I'll end up mowing grass in them. So,
Mhm.
do you know what I mean?
I always figured you had Heelys.
Heelys, the wheels, the ones the kids skate around in.
You would if you could find them in your size, like gloves in the dark.
I'm just picturing someone wearing like smart casual business, got a tie on, he's got his sleeves rolled up, he's got the black slacks, and then he's got Heelys and he's just scooting around town.
No, I do like
He's a
my
businessman.
sneakers.
It's gonna be motorized.
I love my sneakers, so I do like shoes. But the Merrells are the latest ones that I kind of like. They're pretty cool. They feel great. So your news, you get your news from the internet. strictly? Like, do you have cable?
We have a sort of cable thing in Australia called Foxtel, which, as you can imagine, Foxtel, I'm pretty sure they're sponsored by Fox. That's like where it comes from. But that's about the extent of it. Like we personally don't subscribe to Foxtel.
Yeah.
But yeah, the majority of the content we consume is either, like the free public, whatever you call that, public broadcast, or yeah, it's just online media these days. Most people don't bother paying for like cable TV or something, because why would you do that when you can get Netflix, or you can get,
streaming,
all these different streaming platforms? And most of it, like a lot of us know, are privy to how to go about pirating. So like, why would you even pay for that if you can just go online to a streaming site, So news itself, we still have newspapers. A lot of people still like buy newspapers. That's still a big thing here.
Does the U.S.
news
news
website,
does our news trend heavy over there? U.S. news?
A lot of the bigger politic things do. So like, the presidential elections and things like that, we literally had like newspaper, front page stories about Donald Trump, things like that.
How
I
was
feel
that?
like
Was it annoying for you guys?
it feels like entertainment television, you know what I mean? Like, it feels like we're watching a reality TV show, except it's sort of leaking into, like, here, our printing press. Here you go. Here's another story about America. What's going on over there? Like, we kind of view it as entertainment television in a way, because you guys are putting on a show for us. And I don't mean that in like the, bad way, but that's the kind of way the media proliferates it, the way it sort of, osmosis into our little sphere of like, this is what we consume as individuals. We don't necessarily care about your politics, but it's forced on us by our media to some degree. And then it's fed to us by social media, so we can't help but have opinions on some, a place that's not even our nation. In a way where it feels like American politics is more exciting than Australian politics, because we don't get the same kind of level of hype that comes around from American politics as like from Australian politics. People don't really care about it internally here. Like, our politics are so boring that most people don't even bother. Like, we go and vote because we have to. But I know so many people that haven't even signed up to vote yet, and they're like in their like late 20s, and I'm like, well, why? Like, we don't care. We don't hear enough about it. We don't like have enough controversies going on. It's one of those things where it's like it's so bland. We need your country's politics to be excited about politics, which sounds stupid, but that's kind of the way the media sells it to us. You know what I mean? So
That's why Rupert Murdoch just meddles in our politics and doesn't bother with yours, right?
oh no, he definitely fucks with our politics as well. But yeah, it's just one of those things. It's I blame the Murdoch Empire for a lot of it, and I genuinely believe when you start to treat another country as like a spectacle, like an entertainment spectacle. The thing about America, from our perspective, is that that's a lot of it is that we're entertained by it. We used to see it as a land of opportunity where you could possibly go sometime, and if you want to go on, that whole like American dream thing, like that's still alive and well. But a lot of us are just like, whenever we hear something about America, it's either school shootings, Florida men, or American politics, and it's usually the presidential stuff and the left versus right and whatever, that kind of stuff. It's that's what permeates into our sort of like, I guess, just
we only hear about
the
your
things we
news
consume.
when you ban like video games meant for grown-ups to play, not for children.
Yeah, look, Australia can be very conservative in that way, and sometimes it's I hate it, because one of the big things is the medical marijuana laws and all that kind of stuff. We kind of there's a saying that Australia is America's lapdog, and a lot of our kind of policies and things that do transpire end up following the path of what you guys lay down. But we have been very harsh on like the R-rated games in the past, and that's still sort of happening. But it feels like we've kind of gotten to a point where the majority of these bodies that are taking the actions on these things have stopped caring. They sort of like, we know they exist, we know they still do these rating systems, and we know they still occasionally like might ban games, but it gets to a point where like now, because of how interconnected we are with the internet, you almost can't do anything to stop it. So they've kind of stopped caring, is the feel.
Does your outlook on Americans, like, do you feel like you have a deeper appreciation because not just from the media, but you interact with Americans in spaces, or like, do you feel like it doesn't match up, or is it kind of like aligned or spot on?
I guess because my interactions with Americans on Twitter Spaces is one aspect, but I've had friends from America for a long time, like since I was a kid, thanks to the internet. How awesome a technology that, kids are getting together worldwide and just like, interacting and having fun. But it doesn't feel like it gives me a deeper appreciation of America itself, but just kind of like a broader worldview. Kind of like I don't necessarily see the boundaries so much because of it, if that makes sense. We're all kind of here in this space, and it's all kind of intermingling. It's all these different opinions and ideas and thoughts and processes and conversations that happen. They're not so specific to the individual nations because it's kind of just like, well, how do you feel about this as a person? And that transpires between us, right? Like, I could have the conversation with you where I say, hey, I don't agree with abortion. I'm not saying that's my stance. I actually do agree with it, but just, that could be my conversation with you. And then as individuals, we're having that conversation. It's not a political conversation in the sense that it's not like your state's politics or my state's politics or, whatever, this city or that city. It's just kind of like people having these conversations. And then from that, that's kind of where it's like, I don't know. It's like, I know that as an individual of Australia, I don't really have a say in American politics because politics in America should be internal. That should be an American thing. I genuinely believe the nation needs to like solidify that. But then we get it pressed on us because we hear about it. And we have these conversations because of the interconnectedness.
It's interesting because we share a common language. You get to see that America is a pretty diverse place, and so is Canada. When you can understand the language, the diversity is pretty clear. It's very easy to hear, something about another country where you don't speak their language, and it's easier to like pigeonhole them into one bucket because you don't understand their internal politics, because you don't understand what they're talking about.
One thing that gets me is the American gun laws. We have a very different opinion on that over here, right? And this is a great point of reference because my personal opinion is that you guys should hold onto your guns because I feel like that's part of what forms your nation. That's part of the whole like American nationalism. Given the whole like Second Amendment rights or whatever, I do think you guys could do it better and prevent a lot of the issues that are happening. But it's not my place to say. It's not my place to tell you that you need to do that. I think you guys should actually tell me to fuck off if I try to suggest that, because that's kind of part of the American identity.
What will be your suggestions?
Okay, so what we do over here is we have gun clubs, and if you join a gun club, you can only join a gun club by being vouched by a gun club member. You can have your guns, you can take them home, you can lock them up in a safe. We don't have automatic rifles. We only have like the semi-automatic rifles at most. It's mostly pistols and rifles, nothing more than that really. And yeah, like you have to be vouched by a gun club member. You have to go through a vetting process to, be allowed to purchase a weapon and keep it at home. When you have it at home, you have to have it locked up in a safe. I think there are occasional checks that happen. I'm not sure how occasional those checks are. So, you could totally sleep with a gun in your drawer, but like no one really brings violence to your home. And I'm not sure about the whole like standing your own ground laws when it comes to that. That's something I'm not versed on. Like I don't have the knowledge of, but it's one of those things. Like if you want a gun to defend yourself, I think that's the difference. In Australia, it's not about defending yourself. It's like we're allowed to have guns if we want to have guns because we're part of a gun club and we want to have ownership over this item. But it's not there to defend ourselves. It's not something like that. That they changed that, and we've been okay. We haven't had any mass shootings in a very long time.
I think what's happened here is that it used to be that 50 years ago, everyone had guns. You were raised with guns. your grandfather, your father had guns. They taught you how to use a gun, to be responsible. There's a different gun culture, and now something is missing, where people are getting the guns. They're not getting the proper gun culture. They're getting a different gun culture. Even the one company that got in trouble for advertising guns as something to get your man card, like they got in trouble for that because it's not a proper safety first adult way of dealing with guns that there used to be.
It does seem like something went wrong at some point because, as far as I'm aware, the mass shootings or whatever, the school shootings, that kind of thing, wasn't really a big thing until about maybe, 10, 20 years ago? Sometime
It
after
was before
9/11,
9/11.
at least.
But yeah, because
Was it
Columbine
before?
happened. I can't remember what year.
Oh, yeah, no, you're right. I totally forgot
Yeah,
about
and then there
Columbine.
was a shooting in Arkansas that left 5 dead. That was shortly after Columbine.
If mass shootings in America were always focused on politicians instead of schools, I'm sure a problem would have been fixed by now.
Potentially, that sounds bad, but yeah, maybe potentially. But in saying that, right, I have my perspective as an Australian. We had a mass shooting that happened in Australia. The laws changed. People weren't happy, but we sort of just got on with it. And that's how we dealt with it. And, the myth that Australians have no guns, well, no, my cousin has guns. He's shown them off to me. It's very much still a thing here. It's just a lot stricter. And maybe for good reason. Maybe not. Who knows? I don't think you guys should necessarily take what I'm saying and take it as like I'm telling you guys what you should do. And if I ever try to, I think you guys should be fully in your own right to tell me to fuck off. Like that's kind of where I'm coming from, right? Like it leaks over because of the interconnectedness we have now. But as nations and nation states, you guys are still like you're still Americans. That's still America. You need to have your own boundaries. You need to have your own kind of like, no, this is what America is. There shouldn't be someone telling you to change it from another country. We can only offer perspective given like what happened over here. But we're a small country by comparison. So it's like, what the fuck do we know, and it always seems to miss the point when people try to tell people that, like, the international sort of politics thing. It's like, well, we are still different countries at the end of the day. We still live in a different place. Your politics lick over here because we have to be subject to it and we view it as
Hey,
kind of
wait.
entertainment.
Do I get the complete the Peter Wax's philosophic bingo?
Yes. Yes, you do,
Wait.
Michael.
Yeah.
I was gonna say that's definitely a Peter category.
Yes. Awesome.
Go ahead, Ruckus.
I wanted to ask Jeff, do you think that our part of our culture changed with guns? We started off with using guns hunting. I do remember, my grandparents had guns, my uncles had guns, but it was primarily used for hunting. Do you think that could be a reason how we changed? I do have other thoughts, like maybe movies promoting
Yeah.
guns, stuff like that.
I mean, what are guns for? They're for hunting and target practice and, murder and self-defense. It used to be murder and self-defense were at the bottom of the pile, and maybe there's something there.
So as we, I guess had more access to food, um, there's really not a need to hunt for your food anymore. So there was maybe a shift. Definitely agree.
Yeah,
There was
until you can't buy eggs.
There's certain places in the United States, like in the Northeast and on the East Coast, where you have a lot of white-tailed deer and there's no predators. Humans can help keep them under control because they destroy forests. And in Florida and other places, we have a lot of wild hogs that need taken care of. And if you can, hunt for fun and food and to help the environment, then there's nothing necessarily wrong with that.
I gotta wonder if the state of mental health, and I'm talking about pharmacology stuff, right? So psychiatry and, people being prescribed drugs to deal with their mental health is part of the issue when it comes to when it comes to gun violence. Because I'm not trying to say it's the cause or anything like that, but I've got to wonder if just that whole thing, when it comes to mental health, people's mental health is kind of deteriorating as a whole. There's a lot more depressed people, a lot more anxious people, a lot more people with self-identity issues. As far as we're aware, and we can say it's because we're more open to having these conversations and being tolerant to the, there's better statistics now as opposed to before. I would surely there was as many mental health issues before as there is now. But from everyone that I speak to from older generations, a lot of the problems we're suffering now just didn't exist back then when it comes to this stuff. So I wonder how much of it is cascaded by that. And then, with psychiatry, just someone being on the wrong medication or something like that, they might be saying it's all good, but it's, we don't know, right? You only have when you go to a psychiatrist, at least over here, it was once every month or once every few months that you actually go to the psychiatrist and check in and tell them okay, this is my experience with the medication that I'm on. This is where I'm at. So I do wonder if that is a potential influence or not, but it's just one of those things where it's I can't blame it because we're just trying to do the right thing by people.
Yeah, I don't know what people used to do. If a crazy old coot could have a gun and be perfectly responsible with it, because he wasn't acting out towards other people with it necessarily. But now it seems that people have this idea that they have been wronged, and there's some kind of, I don't know if they want suicide by cop or why is it schools? I just don't know why that's their target. Um, Maybe there's just lack of other outlets or just general mental health care, not necessarily the drugs, but just a lack of ability to even know what to do when you have problems that you're lashing out at people. It have nothing to do with, what your problem is.
Yeah, the fixation on schools is a strange one, right? Why is it always schools? That's a really, it's a tricky question. I definitely do not have the answer for that. I could possibly come up with some ideas, but that's way beyond me. Way beyond me.
I mean, if you're bullied, I can see that, but sometimes it just doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, but if you were just bullied, wouldn't you just target the individuals? Go hunt down that person that fucking beat you up in school or whatever. It makes no sense as to why it's innocent kids.
Yeah, I don't know why anyone who's an adult would go and target like kindergartners. It doesn't make any sense.
Can I do it, Michael?
Unless
Another
kindergartners
Twitter
ask
bit.
for it. Could kids actually ask for it?
Sorry, is that again?
Kids could ask for it. You know what I mean? They bullied that bus driver to the point where the bus driver left and stuff. Kids could be misinterpreted by the AI and go from being a teenager and be okay, that's just a kid just being a punk to that's a threat. Time to take out that threat. You know what I mean? We're worried about our kids. I don't have any kids, but I'm just saying if I had any, are we worried about them in an AI world?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Hey, Michael, I don't get the any Canadian news. You guys have lots of guns and similar culture. Do you guys have any of these school shootings up there?
Do we?
Not school.
Oh, not school shootings per se up here, because it's really hard to get your hands on a gun. But there is a lot of violence.
What kind of violence do you guys have? Like when you say a lot of violence?
Angry diamond miners.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the area that I work in, there's a lot of immigrants, and so there's a lot of fighting from, home worlds coming here, and a lot of beef being brought with that. And also hormones and kids, and they get their hands on other weapons, and it's easier to get a knife than it is to get a gun around here, so that happens.
You also have French people, so you know.
I'm just surprised that there's so much gun violence in the adult world, though, because I don't know where the guns are coming from in Canada. Like, Mike and I just got our firearms licenses, but it's impossible to get a gun around here. So where the hell are they coming from? That's what I wonder.
You'd be surprised what the underground markets are capable of, especially when it comes to the world of like drug dealers and all these kind of different syndicates that aren't the syndicate. I know of people over here, for example, that managed to get pistols and things completely unauthorized. And I'm like, how the fuck did you manage to get that? But these are people that were caught up with like bikies or whatever. The underground market is surprisingly powerful when it comes to these things. How they get them in the first place, very questionable. Are they fed to those, like groups or cells or whatever you want to call it, like by the manufacturers, or are they just stolen or what? Like, there's a lot of debate about how that goes down, but yeah, it's strange because it does happen. We had a situation recently. My recently, as in like the last couple of years, where someone that owed people a lot of money was they were subject to a drive-by shooting. No one was actually hurt. It was kind of just like a intimidation thing. But someone with a shotgun drove past, shot at this person, shot at this house. This was right next door to my brother's house, and yeah, so it's like the gun violence does still happen over here in Australia, right? And I'm sure it's the same in Canada. Like, it still happens. They still get out there into the thing, but like, it's the mass shootings that are really disturbing. Like, why are people going out and targeting kids and schools specifically?
Does Canada or Australia have gun shows like we do?
I do not know.
Okay.
Yeah, no idea
We
from my
have
end either.
Okay. So we have like
No idea on my end too.
we have we have Bill Goodman's Gun and Knife Show. It's like a traveling knife circus or gun and knife circus. So, well, not a circus, but display of guns and knives. So I wasn't sure if you guys had the same thing. And I think a lot of our it's a lot of segments to it, but some of it's fear. Um, concealed carry, open carry, guns in your home. A lot of it's just crime and fear that we have. People breaking in your homes, or I think people try to, or want to meet that if it does happen. That's always the number one thing I hear about about guns is like home safety. I took the gun course, concealed carry course here, and it was really involved and detailed. It was taught by 2 Marines, but a lot of their strategy for carrying a gun was defense. If you're going to the grocery store, you get carjacked. So it's all these scenarios that could happen, and that you could possibly, use this gun, and we were trained to use this gun in these different scenarios, and it was kind of elaborate with junk cars. They had like cars spread out like a parking lot, and what to do and what not to do, and so I think a lot of it, or some of it, is fear.
So yeah, it's not really my side politically, but I have to say I've been to gun shows that had Nazi propaganda. Florida just passed a law saying that anyone can concealed carry without a permit, and those people are not the ones shooting up schools. And they're not on my political side of the aisle, but they're not the ones seemingly causing the problems. It seems to be that possibly it's just the availability of the guns sometimes, where they're leaking into the people who are maybe mentally ill or shouldn't have them. Um, so if you have the guns and you're free to have them and for self-defense, you need to be responsible for keeping them locked up so completely tight that none of your crazy relatives or your cousins or your nephews or your children can't get them. And you should be held responsible if they leak out somehow. I don't know if that's probably not the
But
answer.
also, like, we're seeing the outcomes of socioeconomic events that happened years ago, right? People haven't been doing well economically for a while. And so now that that's played out over a few years, these are the results, not the causes.
We do have gun shows. Sorry, I was curious, so I went to go look them up, and yeah.
Is that when I flex my muscles? Hey, don't laugh. Welcome to the gun show.
They're just like way the hell out in places I've never been, like Woodstock and Sundridge and Orangeville.
I actually read an article today, Mike, and I'll share it with you, where that socioeconomic gap is closing with pay, and because more people are employed, coupled with the wage increases. So for the last two years, the country's doing very well. The gap is being closed. Now, a lot of that has to do with some of that has to do with the rich or wealthy not making any money in the market. So, of course, once the Fed cuts rates and companies start borrowing and rich start making more money, that gap may increase.
We're hearing whenever a gun rings out, you're hearing the sound of wooden shoes going downstairs. Sorry, silk slippers going downstairs and wooden shoes coming up.
You talking about the Dutch?
I'm talking about Voltaire. You ever hear about that? History is filled with the sound of silk slippers going downstairs and wooden shoes coming up. Every time you hear a gun go off, you're hearing wooden shoes, shoes going downstairs. If you look, how many school shooters are rich kids? I'm curious.
I think Columbine kids were fairly wealthy families.
I'd like to know. Maybe we can use JSON and fucking LangChain to analyze. That'd be interesting. Fuck, that would be actually really useful to feed school shooting data to LangChain and see what it says.
Yeah, Sandy Hook's kid was middle class.
This conversation reminds me of that Quinn joke I sent you.
So would basic income for people with mental illness help them relieve some of that stress in their lives to keep them from snapping?
I don't know. I think it's part of it. I don't want to generalize, but it's how we deal with anger. And it could be result in the violence being the answer, and taking that out on other people. The other thing is, how do you police mental health? Do you give access to it? um, I remember when I was in the classroom, a lot of the responsibility was trying to be passed on to teachers to be able to, as a first line of defense, to be able to recognize mental health issues in children, whether they be in K through 12. And so we were, kind of being trained to take note, to document, and these files
What
are.
are the signs?
It could be anger. It could be saying, "Hey, I'm gonna shoot you," or it could be fighting was one. Aggressiveness, bullying, and so this file would follow the child, and each teacher would
I
document it.
wonder, I wonder if the school shooting perpetrators had a history of like fighting in school. Like, I'm not necessarily sure like those signals would have come up. I'm just curious.
Yeah, I don't. It could be, again. It could be any. Do you know what I mean? Anything. You probably could see anything. I think some of that would be, the kids would be on the internet looking stuff up and not acting out any behavior. And I remember, we had cutters, so some of that could be cutting. And if you found a kid that would cut themselves, then you'd want to, it's harming. So um, there's just a lot to mental health that you can't see. Um, but with the internet, I think we have a pretty good whole grasp on policing the internet. That's one. Um, but outward signs, it's kind of tough call.
Yeah, they should just get their frustrations out by trolling Twitter Spaces.
I do have to wonder the impact that the internet has on all of this, as well as the like I said earlier, psychiatric medication or whatever for like situations, but just what we're exposed to on the internet, it's different to what a kid would be exposed to without it. That's not to say that it's necessarily bad, but given the nature of the algorithms, the way they curate content and things like that, it might feed someone specific information that like it thinks they want to see, which is fine because that's probably what they do want to see. They want to see more of whatever because they're engaging with this thing or that thing. It's going to like get into a feedback loop, and then it's going to give them some kind of like stream of media, stream of content that's going to then fuck with their brains, and like not intentionally, but just
Yeah, it's like the Dilbert principle with like my mom got into a media bubble where it's an outrage cycle that you end up she just clicks on the things that outrages her so she can click on more things that outrages her and she doesn't hear any other outside news.
oh yeah, my mum's the same. It's always like conspiracy related stuff, but it's like once you start going down the rabbit hole, the algorithm will feed more and more of that stuff to you, right? So I do wonder if there are specific sections of the internet and these algorithms and the content that they're delivering that are kind of like maybe somewhat, I don't want to say to blame, but just have the influence over those individuals. Is it something that could be fixed if you look at the algorithms and the way they work and then start to sort of try to structure against it? Because you
there's a
can't
Twitter
blame
bot that does
someone
that
for
for
it.
you.
Sorry, what was that?
There's an anti-echo chamber Twitter bot that you can sign up for. It'll analyze who you follow and to make sure you don't get into an echo chamber on Twitter. It will suggest other people on the opposite side to follow, even if you might disagree with them, so that you're at least hearing other points of view. I believe it was called like "Rate My Echo Chamber" or something. I'll try to find it.
But isn't it, I guess, what you want to see? If I think if people go looking for it and want to keep supporting their theories or their beliefs, do they go
Yes.
unbiased?
You-
Yeah, you know what I
You're
mean?
saying the exact same thing that video guy said. Perfect.
I mean, look at Truth Social. It's 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 everyone who watches Fox. There are no liberals on Truth Social. They're just in their own. You know what I mean? They've gathered in one place, that's why it's not really profitable. Because they're all there. They're in their own echo chamber, and they're, very, very, very few liberals on Truth Social. So if you go looking for the devil, you'll find it.
Well, it's
Whereas
like Dan Tate, right?
I don't know Dan Tate.
Wait, Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate, not Dan
Andrew
Tate.
Tate,
You do
yeah.
know Dan Tate, by the way. I
I
just
didn't.
completely got the first names mixed up.
Yeah, Andrew Tate, same thing. I don't follow Andrew Tate, you know what I mean? But yeah, he has this following, and a belief. They have this belief, and it's fine for them. That's where they want to be. So,
One thing I will say about Andrew Tate is that if he can encourage the sort of people that want to believe that the world is so against them, you know what I mean? To actually go out there and get what they want out of the world in a good way, as opposed to a bad way. The definition of good and bad here is completely, subjective and up to interpretation. But if he encourages them to get out there and fucking, stop sitting around on their asses with their thumbs up their ass in a good way, in a way that's not going to cause harm to society, then I don't give a shit how controversial he is. Because if that's his impact, then maybe that's a force of good, right? It's like I don't agree with him and his message in general, but I do see some of the things he puts out there, some of the content he puts out there, and I kind of go, you know what? Maybe some people do need to hear this because they need to be motivated to fucking, again, take their thumbs out their ass and go out there and just start experiencing life. And,
I mean, regardless of how anyone feels about him, he has struck a chord, and it's the chord you have to pay attention to, not necessarily any one idea. It's just so you ask yourself, why might this resonate with the people that it's resonating with? What are they getting out of it?
The fact is, there is an audience for it, right?
Yeah, not just men, but women too, right?
But not just an audience, but what is okay? Let me ask you this: why does this content resonate with this group? It resonates with this group because it allows them to respond to their other. So if you look at Andrew Tate, he's essentially arguing for very trad values. At the end of the day, that's what he's arguing for extremely trad values, let's say. And he's a follower of Islam, so that's not foreign, that tracks, right? And so is there a market for people that are looking to embrace traditional values among millennials? It looks like there are.
It's crazy, isn't it? Who would have
It's not
thought that
crazy.
tradition would continue? No, who would have thought that tradition would continue to be tradition?
Well, you got to understand, they've experienced a secular religion and have not found Jesus.
I mean, do we really think Jesus is the penultimate?
I'm saying like the idea of Jesus. Does that make sense? Everyone's looking for a savior,
Yes,
whether
yes,
it's
yes,
Luke
yes, yes, yes.
Skywalker or fucking Jordan Peterson or you know what I mean, Don Lemon. Insert your thought leader, right? That you can hand your opinions over to mimetically.
I just don't think Ruckus is a good fit for sort of like our version of Don Lemon. You know what I mean? I think that one, I don't feel like they would ever dress the same. Two, I know for a fact that Don's probably not got, like the
No.
cooking
Ruckus
that
is
Ruckus
Larry
has got at
Elder.
home. You know what I'm saying? I don't think it's the
Ruckus is
same.
Larry Elder.
Now, sort of like Ruckus, say 30 years older, Al Sharpton. Shit, yeah. I can totally see that.
What about Cornell West? Don't laugh at Cornell West, Ruckus.
I don't even know what that is. The first thing that came to my head was like not cracker enough, and I don't even know what that means.
What do you have against Cornell West, Ruckus?
I love him. I grew up on Cornel West. I mean, he was very, very intelligent. He's a little unhinged now, but kind of a grumpy old man now. But young Cornel West was amazing guy.
What's the African American version of William H. Burroughs or Hunter S. Thompson? That would be a good reference. What's the
Would that
Hunter
be
S.
Uncle
Thompson?
Ruckus?
Ruckus is Hunter S. Thompson?
Maybe Ralph Allison? You ever read Invisible Man?
Nope.
Ruckus?
Gonna.
No, I haven't.
No. You should read Invisible Man. It's about being a black guy in like the 20s, and he's basically talking about how you kind of can go through life invisibly.
I did read that book that Chappelle also talked about called Pimp, about Slim, the true story of Slim the Pimp or whatever. That was really that's a great book. An amazing, like shocking tale of the whole space. But amazing book called The Pimp.
I think my two biggest influencers. I mean, I grew up with Stokely Carmichael. My dad showed me, and introduced me to those guys, and he knew those guys, UP Newton. But Malcolm X and Richard Pryor were probably my two biggest influences. Just philosophy and ideals, and they're just their life story. It was just, yeah. And then I'm kind of a soldier. I'm kind of my that's how I grew up. Military, very like I'm regimented. So those kind of behaviors kind of resonate with me. As far as action. So I'm very action driven, solution driven. So I don't like vacillating or listening a lot. Let's listen, act, and have an action plan, and let's do. So anyone who's like that, like Tupac, he was just very action. He was a little bit too much, but have a plan, work your plan your work. But Malcolm, I think, was great. I mean, and he had a great life story, just incredible life story, and his change in it.
The incredible life story of Ruckus, a young man from Cincinnati, Ohio. Meet Ruckus, a once Mothman lover turned new data scientist, decided to settle in the Southern District of Ohio. Meet his new Canadian friend.
Young Cornel West was awesome too. I think he needs to stay out, not do interviews anymore. He's too old. He's grumpy.
Cornel West, I don't know who that is. Is that it sounds like a name from the Civil War.
I put it at the top.
Okay.
It definitely sounds like a name from the Civil War.
Doesn't it? Good old Colonel West. Actually, it sounds like Colonel Lingus. We haven't had Colonel Lingus around these parts for some time. Why, I've been hearing Colonel Lingus has definitely been hard lately. Whew, it's been down there. Hot, I tell you.
Does he sell chicken?
Speaking of cunnilingus, when I watched The Sopranos, one of the funniest things to me was the whole junior soprano going down on that lady or whatever, and then like they wanted to keep it a secret because of the whole implication that, you know, cunnilingus is like somehow demasculizing in that world and everything. I don't know why, but like I just think back, like we've come a long way as humanity. We still have a lot of, you know, footwork to make, but just what a strange thing. Cunnilingus. How funny.
What? So that was seen as like demasculating a person in that show?
The idea was that like these people come from the older times or whatever, but everyone goes down on their woman or whatever, and then, but they didn't want word getting out because, and I'm not using this terminology for the sake of, you know, like this could get me cancelled, but you know that they'd make it seem like they're like, you know, lesser men, they're fags or something like that, just because like they're, you know, submitting.
Speaking of submitting, I put the tutorial to the top of how I cloned Ruckus's voice, and you can let me know if you think it sounds like him doing the commercial of Together Alone.
The perfect segue. Thank you, Michael.
When you played it earlier, I assumed you just had him record it for you.
Let me know what you think.
The devil.
I'll be right back. I got let Mia listen to this.
It was dark and stormy. Peter went out onto the terrace. He opened his arms, far and wide, just like Michael told him. Like this? No, wider, please. He widened himself out. He flashed traffic as the geese flew by, holding his arms out. Ah, he screamed out loud. Michael took notes. That's great. Now, get into this chamber and dial 5. Peter climbed into the small room, closed the door, and turned on the light. In front of him was a simple screen, a keypad. He could just press 5, but there was another button that said play. He was curious. He clicked the play button, and the TV turned on. Suddenly, Ruckus came on the screen and said, He said nothing. He said nothing at all, damn it. Nobody's alive.
I thought it sounded spot on a little bit, but she doesn't. She thinks it sounds too white. Like I'm.
She knows you
She
too well,
does.
Ruckus. That's the problem.
Right.
What does that mean, Dan?
Well, maybe she might want to save that one for later.
What?
Could you bring out the white?
What
Can I
is?
have the whiter Ruckus?
What does that mean, Dan? Too white?
I don't even know. I don't know. You know what I
It
mean?
sounds too much like Dan and not enough like Ruckus.
She might want to sort of like she might just want a little bit of alone time with someone a little whiter. You know what I mean? You know, just a little bit like, honey, okay, Ruckus, what you're doing right now, I respect it. Again, what we had last night, I don't even know what that was. That was great. But this has to stop, Ruckus. You know? That's what it sounds like to me.
Is there anything?
Go ahead.
Is there anything in the voice cloning algorithm that would favor making it sound white? Is that a possibility?
Oh, it's probably definitely biased. I mean, if you think about all the data that's in there, I mean, they have, data, but don't you think most of that data is probably white data? Is your data mostly white? Are you, are you worried about whether or not your AI is actually as globally friendly as you are? Did you know, Nancy, that you're a racist son of a bitch? It's true. We profiled you.
Come on down to
Ruckus.
Dan's diversified data.
Ruckus, I've been cloning your voice as well, but with a different system than Michael has, and it is very bad at the best of times. But as I'm trying to intentionally break it, I just, I'm intentionally trying to make it bad. I want you to hear this.
Ruckus, I've been trying to dub this Dutch porn film with your name, with your voice on there. And so far, the lines are tricky because everyone's saying that you would not say this. Y'all put that down. Like, people are saying that you don't really have a southern kind of y'all side. Although I think that some people are potentially genetically dispositioned to it. Oh, I'm just kidding. That's terrible. But doesn't that sound like something they would say today? Wouldn't they say that in Congress? Alfred, you're just saying that because you're genetically dispositioned to say that. He's not saying that because he's racist.
Aren't they tracking your eyes, Dan? Aren't they tracking your eyes with the camera? Jeez, that TikTok thing, that shook me. I don't know if I should share this or not. It's bad. I feel like I should go back to making Michael commercials.
The millennials will save the fucking planet. Give me hope. I have hope about the millennials. The millennials.
I've got to stop it there. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. This is literally just like what the text gets interpreted as.
10 years ago, if you said you'd be doing this on your phone, or we'd laugh, right? Like, I think.
Oh, dude, for sure. I thought it was impossible like a year ago. It's bad because it's like I get outputs that make me feel like I'm a cool human being. Like I shouldn't be doing this, but at the same time, I want to show just how bad this technology is in a good way. Like it's good when it's good. It's bad when it's bad. It breaks when it breaks. I'm in the process of trying to break it to just get like disturbing results. But it makes me sound like a fucking prick. And maybe I am, and that's okay. That's fine. I guess, look, I can live with that. Try to be better, but I don't know. It's as a creative, I need to flex the tech. I need to see what I can do with it. Justifying my own actions. Let's go. Dan, we need to hear some of your ruckus generations.
Absolutely. There's that conversation that we had the other day. He and I, we had such a great discussion. Ruckus and I did. We sure did. Let's see. Let's get the AI over here to generate something. Let's see. I need a rap about Crest toothpaste. Well, Crest toothpaste and being an ally in today's data science subversion world, whatever that means. All right. Let's just get. All right, there's our wrap. That looks pretty good. Oh, a lot of good verses there, Ruckus. Good job. All right, let's go over here. Let's jam this in here. And we'll go ahead and generate, move that over Here, let's get that loud. Yeah, all right.
I'm here to rap about Crest toothpaste and how it can help you be an ally in today's data science subversion world. Crest toothpaste is the best toothpaste on the market. It's clinically proven to remove plaque and tartar. And it's also fluoride free, so it's safe for kids. But Crest toothpaste is more than just a great toothpaste. It's also a symbol of hope, a symbol of the power of the individual to make a difference. In today's world, we're constantly bombarded with data about our habits, our preferences, and our beliefs. Data is being used to manipulate.
Ruckus, stop. Sometimes it's hard to stop him.
Oh shit! Oh man!
Yeah, it definitely whitened him up a bit.
Just like the toothpaste, right? Jesus.
You know.
Dan, I apologize. I was unaware Twitter was listening.
Yeah, I know. It's okay. Twitter was listening, Ruckus. And you don't need to apologize. But explain why being an ally for graphene helps kids with disabilities who love lobster.
So how much text does it take to train the voice?
Just like Peter, because he.
But it sounded 45 seconds. It's crazy how little audio you need, right?
You don't need that much audio to.
It'd be really bad of me to suggest that Ruckus actually tries to sound less white for a segment of audio to then see if it makes it sound like regular Ruckus. If that
Wait,
makes
can
sense.
we pull the data from Christmas, Michael?
Uh-huh.
Not Christmas. Not Christmas.
That was bad. I'm sorry, but
Bringing that old memories.
It was bad. Like I'll agree with you, it was bad, but it was great for entertainment value on my end. I loved hearing it, and fucking glad you fucking told him, I loved it. But yeah, I can understand how it was bad for yourself, but
Cringe.
later.
Cringe. Especially
graphene is a material that has been touted as the next big thing for years, but it has yet to live up to the hype. It is expensive to produce, and it has not yet been shown to be effective in any real-world applications. The idea that graphene could help kids with disabilities is just one of the many pie-in-the-sky promises that have been made about this material. In reality, there is no evidence that graphene can actually help anyone with anything. The same is true for Peter, a gay lumberjack. He's just a fictional character who was created to sell a product. There is no real person named Peter who is a gay lumberjack. The whole idea of being an ally is just a marketing ploy. It is a way to make people feel good about themselves without actually doing anything to help anyone. So if you are a kid with disabilities who loves lobster and dislikes Peter because he is a gay lumberjack, don't worry about it. You are not missing out on anything. Graphene, Peter, and being an ally are all just a bunch of nonsense.
Damn it, Ruckus, I cannot believe you just said that.
Wow.
Why?
Google Bard did great on that.
For the record, are there like lesbian lumberjacks? So I definitely watch that. But
You definitely watched
oh
that?
yeah, I'd watch it. I mean, just to see, because you don't know,
well.
right? You've never seen it. It's just like, like yeah, I 30 seconds, maybe a few minutes. I don't know, but yeah,
no girl looks bad in plaid.
Thank you.
I don't care what you say. The opposite sex will never look bad in plaid. Never. That's a big
brings
statement.
a whole new meaning to the term axe-wound.
Just a big statement to think about. And I didn't come up with it. My mom did. Long story. She was
For the record, we are all terrible human beings right now.
Mm-hmm. And she was an artist, a natural artist. She never trained, but she drew really well. And then the guys at Macy's hired her to do the prints in the windows and stuff like that in the 50s and 60s. And she drew all those things, and they were crazy, giant posters. But she just like learned the style. And then she did a fashion course at Ohio State. She was like 70 and she went and took it. she's super great. They wanted her to teach. I'm like, well, that's gotta feel good when you're in your 60s or whatever, and you go to a school and they're like, could you please teach her? I mean, that would be pretty cool.
So, Ruckus, would your lesbian lumberjacks that you want to see have A cups, B cups, C cups? Just curious.
Always, C's and below. Always. A cups are great. Anything pushing D's is, I don't know. I mean, they're all good looking, but you know.
Yeah, that sounds like a stripper documentary right there. Pushing
Pushing
D's.
D's.
More than one meaning, right?
I think I think women have gone too far with the big boot. Like, it's like, okay, let's knock it off now. Let's go back to the mom boobs. You know what I mean? Let's go back to the natural mom boob, flat boob. Let's go back to that. I welcome those. The ones where they're sitting up under your chin. It's just really it's like,
I just want you to
Oh,
know,
when you
Ruckus, you made me laugh so hard that I was coughing just then.
so when you criticize big boobs, you mean big fake boobs?
fake boob, yeah.
Yeah, you're saying
Fake
big
boobs.
ones. You're not saying real,
No,
right? Because some girls
yeah,
can't
they
help.
can't
You
help.
know
Yeah,
what I'm
they
saying?
can't. With the big fake ones where they're like two basketballs, literally looks like you could see the basketball lines under her boob skin. Like, come on, that's ridiculous.
But what if they got too big natural? Would you like start shunning her? Be like go up to her in the middle of the picnic. Could you put something else
No,
on?
no,
I need
no.
to put like that.
I do like, I don't with I don't know, like cleavage makes me nervous because you're trying not to you know what I mean, like big deep cleavage is like
It looks like a butt.
yeah, like a butt,
I'm so
you know.
opposite, Ruckus. I want my wife to show her cleavage more often. She's got a great rack, one of the best, and she never really takes pride in it. And I'm like, honey, we're gonna go back. Like, we like to go and do our photo shoots at IKEA because it's a wide range of unique settings for pictures. Anyways, I think she's got a great rack. I think that women should show the rack. You know what kills me though is I tell you ladies of color, they have the ability to sort of better than I think than white chicks can do. They can do that whole pose where the cleavage is like perfect, where there's like perfect. I don't know how they do it. It's like some sort of gravity engineering thing. I think the bra is working with the body, that's working with the spandex or whatever. I think there's a bunch of stuff coordinating it because what happens is you get a perfect sort of like you get like catonic cleavage. That's a real thing. You can look it up in Urban Dictionary. That might be. I don't know. I don't think it's real. But catonic cleavage, it means you could hold a katana directly like right in there. Like you could just put the sword in and it would hold it. It's perfect. You know what I'm
I'm
saying?
writing that down right underneath lumberjack. Yeah, so
Exactly.
I'll just go katana,
Yeah.
KAT.
Yeah, you got
Okay.
katana cleavage.
You are listening to the Squarespace Degenerate Conversations in a Broadcaster Voice. Today, we are on the topic of cleavage. Please do not judge us, for we are all degenerates.
You know, Ruckus, the sad thing is? Here's the sad thing, Ruckus. You and I and Peter and all the men here in this room, we are all genetically predisposed. We are actually designed and like flawed in such a way that the curves of a woman, right? Between the curves and actually it's been proven in science, the curves of a woman will actually inform us everything from like, oh, she's great. She'd be great for like having kids, right? But there's a lot more to it. It's like we are like flawed. Like they could walk by and sneeze and move their hip, and we would drop everything to stare. And it's not fair. I mean, it's nice, but it's not fair. You know what I'm saying? I want to know what they're genetically dispositioned to do. You know, I don't know what it is, but we'll find out.
That's a good point. You have a great point.
I believe it's ball cleavage. You know how like you get the camel toe thing when you like get the ball cleavage in your pants? I believe that's what they're just goes to.
Yeah, that chemical thing, that is not
That
fair.
hurts though.
Absolutely not fair.
Ball cleavage would hurt, right? Like it's too exposed. Like you don't want them out, up and out your balls, right? You want them down, tucked in somewhere. Like
Yeah, Ruckus, look what you've started. Just
sorry.
because you decided to have a protest against fake tits, now we're expanded across valleys. We've talked about katana cleavage. We've talked about fake tits. We've talked about the gap. What about the gap? Is the gap important
Oh,
to
the
you,
gap is. I
Ruckus?
mean, yeah, the gap is cool. I don't like seeing camel toe. I always want to like point that out. Like, do you know you
Yeah.
want to take this nap? You might want to go. I don't know if you know or not, but we can. You know what I mean? Like, I kind of want to point it out, but then I don't. But it's like I want you to know, be
Yeah.
aware that.
Oh, totally.
You know what I mean? Like, just in case
Yeah.
you didn't have a mirror when you left the house.
Well, it's the same thing if like a guy, if I'm walking in the door and my barn doors are open, like help me out,
Exactly.
guys. You know what I mean? Like another bro would help another bro out.
Exactly.
But my wife, no, she'll let me walk right into the bank, full barn doors wide open,
Exactly.
talking through a couple different meetings and conversations, and only when we get in the car is she like, you had your horse out the whole time. I was like, what the fuck? I didn't know my horse was
Do you
out.
hate that?
It wasn't really out, but you know what I'm saying.
Like having the
We let the
tag on
barn
the
doors
back
open.
of the shirt, and you want to just slip it.
Exactly.
Yeah, slip it in for them. So
yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you know, camel toes are great.
It's just another. I think it's another point of like subtle domination that you sort of play in the relationship. You know what I mean? A little tit for tat. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I think that's what it is, really. Maybe.
It's not
Yeah, I
going
mean, it
to.
would
If
be.
you're like, I'm going to show my camel toe to make these guys drool.
Oh, I think that's
It's not going to work on me.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah. No, I don't think it would work on you. But I think if she came up to you and I actually like accidentally pushed her booty side into your side, it was sort of like boom, like, oh, sorry about that. I think you would say, no, by all means.
I would.
Please rub me again another time, my friend. You know what I mean?
Maybe.
It reminds me of a girl at the club that would do that to me. I'd be sitting in a chair and she would walk by and she would just bump into me like that.
Boom! Another bingo card. There we go.
There you go. Oh, yeah.
Let's
Stripper.
go.
Put that down, man. Write that down on the card. Gotta mention strip clubs. Dude, man, the harder I work, the more I want to go to that goddamn fucking club. Everybody's there.
You know, they're not. We don't have them in Cincinnati. They're not allowed. No.
Really? Wow. Well, I mean, you're like close to everything, though. I mean, that's like saying, this part of Cincinnati's dry, but walk across the street, you get fucked whatever you want. So, I mean, like, come on. So,
you got to go to Dayton to see them.
Yeah, I know Dayton's got a couple clubs. Yeah. I figure Lexington probably got a bunch too.
Yeah, you got to go across the river to see them as well.
Yeah. They're a terrible thing. Absolutely terrible. But
Bada bing.
Season again.
Bada bing.
You know, the clubs didn't click with me until I went to one in Dallas. Like you go to the bigger city ones, and that's where it made sense. Like Miami, highly recommend. Highly recommend.
I've been haunted by clubs 3 times in my life. It's literally like the ghost of Christmas past. The ghost of I believe it was the ghost of the ghost of being a wingman. First time was with being a wingman for a friend who got divorced. And for some reason everybody else was just didn't want to hang with him, so I did.
What city? What state?
That was in
Okay.
Columbus.
Yeah.
And went to in terms of places with clubs, wow. Which place were you saying was really good?
Not in Ohio, they don't have it, but in Miami, I would definitely recommend.
Oh, yeah, I believe that.
It's plastic surgery capital of the country, so it's
Yeah. Plus, it's like the Russian, like Ukrainian.
yeah.
I remember when our Ukrainian friend came to town. He's been programming for us for I don't know, a decade. He's like, "Yeah, I'd love to come to U.S. and Miami, see my family." I'm like, "Wait, you have family in Miami?"
What?
My
What?
Ukraine owns Miami. It's like, okay, well, whatever. It literally does. It seems like it's a ton of Russians down there.
I took my wife before we got.
Wait. Ruckus, doesn't that go against your cup principle?
What? Miami?
You just said it was like full of plastic surgery.
Well,
and
no.
blah,
It's
blah, blah.
and I didn't know it at the time. When I went, I was younger, and everyone was so perfect. Like, but I didn't know it was plastic surgery capital of the country until after like a few days there, and everyone's perfect. So it didn't dawn on me. Because I of course I thought it was just natural that I'm from Ohio, but yeah, if you ever go to Miami, everyone's pretty much just perfect. Everything, men and women. So it's really weird. But I took my wife to one here in Dayton before we got married, and it's depressing. So if you go to, she was a little worried about like, what do guys do? I was like, oh, let me show you how much fun I'm going to have with my friends. And it was depressing. It was sad, to see a stripper's kids tattooed on her leg, all 5 of them. And, you know, you give her $20, like, this is for diapers. You go get your kids some diapers. So, but definitely Miami is different. Dallas is just amazing. So, yeah. In Dayton, it's like, it's like moms who do it part-time, for the most part. When their kids are asleep at home alone, they sneak out and go strip. Sad but true, but it is what it is.
Boom, another one on the bingo cards.
Another one for the bingo card.
Where is this said bingo card? Where is it?
This is funner than I thought.
I'm just picturing Michael sitting back listening to this being like, what the fuck are these motherfuckers on about?
We're hitting a whole potpourri of stuff here. Right?
Yeah, what's the topic now? What are we
Lumberjacks? Can we go back to lumberjacks?
I enjoyed that
Lesbian
one.
lumberjack?
No one ever wants to talk clubs, so can't talk clubs. Just saying.
Go to clubs. Clubs are.
Yeah.
I'll reach out if we're up in Columbus. Check out a couple clubs and see what's. I haven't tried the clubs in Columbus.
You'd like it in Toronto.
Toronto would have great clubs. I would think so.
Yeah, because we have every race that lives here.
Yeah. That's one thing you can't really find. The Columbus does. There's like, there's really like there's there's no Indian girls and there's no Japanese girls. There's no Chinese girls. Like, you don't find that in Ohio. So you probably could find that maybe in Toronto. I don't know. Depends on the, like, I don't know where the larger Asian populations are at. I know Ohio's increasing that, but like you don't see that from like an education level. Like, that's just interesting, isn't it? Do Asian women sort of like, do they get a job? Why don't Asian women show up in the club? That's what I want to know. But I don't know.
Well, in Toronto, they have their own clubs, though. Like, you go to Fluid on a Friday night, and it's all, you know?
I can see that. They do, but here's the thing. I can say like someone I know would say like they have karaoke bars. Like, I don't think it's karaoke bars. You
But
know what I mean?
that's also true, though. They can both be true at the same time.
That's true. It seems like it would get you in trouble, but not. Or and then someone else could say like, well, you don't see Czech people at strip clubs because they go to all the like swinger clubs because all Czech people are swingers. Like, you can't be from Siberia and not be a swinger. You know what I mean? Is that a true statement? I don't know. I like it though.
What else do I need to add to the Syndicate bingo, do you think? Because I want to add some more.
You
I've
need to
given you
add
a list.
DeFi when DeFi shows up.
Yes.
DeFi. You need to add Spooky the Mechanic. I don't want to be a mechanic. That was a
Ooh.
great song.
That
I
is
really
true.
loved it.
You got to add Spooky.
We gotta sample Spooky and then like do our own Spooky songs or like our Syndicate remixes, and then all our remixes are like limited edition NFTs that are matched with like the Poor or something like that. Even though I don't know anything about the Poor, but I think we should sponsor somebody.
I wonder, Michael, if you could program it right to do likelihood or probability of occurrence. So say like, Dan's going to come in and do a Danalog, that's pretty high occurrence, pretty high likelihood. Peter's going to wax philosophical, that's pretty high likelihood, but then like something like Spooky showing up and giving us a song, it happens, but it's a low likelihood. It's one of those wild cards that you can get stuck with on your bingo card, and then
I feel
what's
a
the chances
crossword
of getting
puzzle.
stuck with it?
What about a Syndicate crossword puzzle?
Yeah.
Ruckus is an ally,
Mm-hmm. You gotta have Alaska on there. I'm sure you do.
Alaska clears the room would be one of them.
Yeah. Oscar Mayer is on there, right? That's a important one. Grounded segment, anything.
Ruckus, you got the bingo card?
I have a big card. I'm not looking at it at the moment. I can look at it though.
I got it.
For the record, it is what it is. Danalog and Peter Wax's philosophical is being selected.
I so hate that fucking is what it is though. Ugh. That is just.
I like it isn't what it isn't,
It is what it is. In the world of Ruckus.
Wait, if they're all lined up, what do we win?
Ruckus has got his own TV show. It's Ruckus. Season 5. White Guy and Black Rage. Wait.
Is Dan talking? I can't hear him talking.
I am talking. Sorry.
Danny is talking, sorry.
No fair. I think Allie won. She's posting her card. Did she win already? Post evidence. You can't get the prize unless you show us your card.
Gosh, Twitter is so stupid buggy. Ever since Elon took over, so ghetto. Jeez.
What happened?
Just couldn't. I could see Dan's mic go off, but I couldn't hear.
How about now? Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Yeah.
You can hear me now?
It's weird when you see your
goddamn Cincinnati bastard. Can you hear me over?
I can hear you. Yes.
Oh, okay.
What about Cincinnati, like cisgendered white male? Cincinnati.
Oh, yeah. White cisgender male.
You got a white cisgender male.
You got a white cisgender male.
You know what? I tell you what I'm going to do. I realized last night I'm going to go back to the other avatar because, yeah, they can see that I'm black and it changes. You know what I mean? I realize
it does change the interaction, doesn't it?
Change
That's why I'm a horse.
It makes me think you look like you either like at a ball game or you're on a yacht. I can't tell.
I'm in my neighborhood, but when I talk, I can see them going to the profile and looking, and it changes the conversation. So I think I'm going to go back.
That's why I'm a horse.
Yeah.
You think I'm going to talk to people as a Guyanese person? Yeah, right. I know where that goes already.
Yeah, it gets quiet.
Where does it go, Michael?
I'm sorry.
Oh, that's another one from the bingo cards. People think I'm white.
Coconut. Is coconut on there?
Mm-hmm. Mistaken coconut identity.
Wait, Mike,
Allie,
you're not white?
I know, right? Allie, can you post it to the top? I think Allie got bingo.
Are you suffering from tonal causality?
SWSS? Oh, no, SWS. There we go.
I know. I was trying to say something that didn't work, but I do like causal modality.
I got you, Dan.
I like causal in general. Causal's a great word.
SWWS, speaking while white sounding.
All right,
Mike's got a case of SWWS.
Look at the top, Dan. What does Allie win?
What is the IIW?
Yeah, what is it? IIWII?
It is what it is.
Oh, fuck. Does it? Oh my
Okay, that
god.
makes
Does
sense.
it really look like that as a symbol? Oh my god. Mind blown. Time to take a hit now. Press 1. Oh my god. That is fucked up. It looks like a freaking military symbol. It looks like some dude had painted on like your trucks, man. You know what I mean? Oh, it's the Ruckus Army. What do you mean? It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? He fights with them now. Who are they? I don't know.
I'm so bad because I always say, you know what I mean, and I know it's a pattern of mine. So there's one for you as well, Michael. I gave you a whole damn list, but anyway.
This just in, come on down the stage, Ben Mocha. All right. That's right. You're the first contestant. You won the very first bingo round. That's right. Looks like you are gonna get either something in behind door number A or something behind door number B. You get to choose. What are you gonna choose? Come on up and tell us.
Ooh, I think I'll choose door number B.
Door number B. All right. Congratulations. You're going to get, that's right. You're going to get a Say Anything song moment where Peter's going to serenade you from the bottom of the floor here. Come on over, Peter, and serenade Mint Mocha with the song of your choice, my man. You've got it. Welcome.
Wait, is it a song of my choice or is it a song of Mint Mocha's choice?
Yeah, no, you're serenading Mint Mocha with like a say anything Mocha the moment where you would have the song like the boombox over your head. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but is it her song? Like, is there a choice what
No,
song
no,
I
no,
sing?
no.
Or...
Singer's choice. Singer's choice.
Yeah, you can
No,
sing.
no.
You can even sing in a fake voice.
No. It's
Oh,
not
no,
singer's
okay, give me a
choice.
moment.
It is
I
not
need
singer's
to
choice. Hang on.
prepare my bebop.
There's freedom within. There's freedom without.
It is not singer's choice. You have to use In Your Eyes.
Oh, you're right. It's In Your
Oh,
Eyes.
it's In Your
There you
Eyes.
go, Peter.
Yeah. That was the say anything moment. Yeah.
No, what song is In Your Eyes? I don't know this song.
Oh my God, you're from Australia, aren't you?
He'll play the song. You just have to do your monologue piece to Mocha. The scene is you're on the bottom, you're out on the sidewalk, you're holding the speaker, it's playing the music, and you're trying to say you're sorry. And then she's in the window on the second floor of her house looking down at you, going, "You're pathetic." Are you ready? And action.
Wait, I'm still trying to.
Just lean into it.
Is this the weekend song, In Your Eyes?
Oh my God, this is like the worst actor ever. Just say a couple lines, will you?
It's supposed to be pitching woo. What's happening?
He could go with the 16 Candles Jake Ryan moment too if he wanted to. That's on the
Oh,
table.
that's true.
Hey,
What song
you,
is
who,
that?
me? Yeah, you. You know when he's standing outside the Porsche at the end?
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, there are other prizes for bingo too. There's also
But
you
not
do
behind
get
door number
a
B, bro.
free.
Not behind door number B.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I've just
behind
been
door number
introduced
A
to this. I'm
was
trying to figure out how I can
inflatable
deliver
pool
the
toy,
prize. Give me a...
a unicorn inflatable pool toy that will be delivered to your door.
See, the thing is, the prize is here. We just haven't figured out which shipping method we have yet. You know,
Right.
like are we going FedEx? Are we going? You know,
Right.
These things need to be established beforehand. You were listening to the Circle Space. That's right, the Circle Space. Broadcast the conversations in a degenerate voice. Guys, is Dan speaking right now? Because I see the like unmuted sort of like it's telling him it's not speaking, but you know.
I am speaking now because I'm unmuted. Why? What were you going to say? By the way, the other thing that needs
No,
to be
just
on the bingo card is DoorDash. That needs to be on there.
yes, definitely needs to be on there. No, just it's showing you as unmuted, so it was like, is Dan speaking, and am I just rugging?
You guys are really concerned about me lately, and I appreciate that because I'm concerned about me too. But I'm gonna be all right. You know what I mean? Like it's gonna be. I got some great things teed up here, and I'm just super excited about all kinds of stuff. You know, and wait a minute, whose voice can we play with here? We got how about that? We kind of liked Hurl's voice. His voice was a little weird. Isn't that right, Hurls? Okay.
Hells is one of those people, you know, he's gonna disappear on us from time to time, but whenever he does, I'm gonna assume it means good things. Whereas some of the individuals in here, when they disappear, I'm gonna be questioning it, like, you know, what's up? Are you guys okay? But when it comes to Hells, I just feel like I know that if he's going to disappear from Twitter Spaces for a while, it means he's probably up to something and doing something with his life, or just taking care of his
That's what
family,
I
or
figured.
whatever.
Yeah, I figure people are like busy and.
Dan, I agree. Peter is a problem for us. Mike is on the sauce. He is the one. Peter is a problem for us.
Peter is a problem for us. Mm-hmm. What does that mean, Bard? Let's do that. Let's write 300 words on why Peter is a problem. Why Peter is a problem. It's a problem. What do it do? How does it interpret that? Oh my goodness, this is such a tirade. We're gonna have to like make like a lot more cynical and like insulting of like an Australian person who can wait a minute, who is a carpenter and drives a what kind of car you drive? Peter. What kind
Subaru
of car?
Forester.
Wait, what?
Subaru Forester.
Oh my god.
Nice car.
There's us. That says a lot. It says that you're pretty handy. That's a true four-wheel drive kind of thing. Just saying. You know.
You what?
Pretty Handy sounds like the name of a late night movie.
All right, Ruckus, I need you to read this line. These 3 paragraphs. Okay. All right, let's generate that. Here we go.
Are you sending it?
Yeah.
The average Australian carpenter who drives a Subaru Forester is a bogan who thinks he's better than everyone else. He's the kind of guy who wears a singlet and thongs to work, even in winter. He's also the kind of guy who thinks he knows everything about cars, even though he drives a Subaru. Subaru Foresters are the cars of choice for bogans because they're practical and reliable. They're also relatively cheap, which is important for bogans who are always on a budget. But don't let the practical and reliable nature of the Subaru Forester fool you. It's still a bogan car. If you see an Australian carpenter driving a Subaru Forester, you can be sure that he's a bogan. He's the kind of guy who thinks he's better than everyone else, but he's really just a lazy, uneducated slob. He's the kind of guy who would rather spend his time drinking beer and watching footy than working hard. So, if you're ever looking for a good laugh, just take a look at the next Australian carpenter who drives a Subaru Forester. He's sure to provide you with hours of entertainment.
That is terrible. You know what?
That was terrible.
The only one thing that I feel is incorrect about that is the footy. I absolutely do not watch footy. But where the fuck did you get the bogan thing from? Is that just part of the generation?
What's a bogan? I don't even know what a bogan is.
It's kind of like a redneck. It's the like most Australian of Australians. You know, like if you imagine what a Southern Australian would be like. You know, like they're not quite uneducated, but they're just bogans. You know, like they fuck around. You know, they walk around with their shirts off and that kind of thing. Like, you know, very uncivilized kind of people. But they're not bad people. Just because they're bogan doesn't mean like bad. They have a different way of life. You know.
Do they have mullets?
Yes.
Well, I got something else here. I asked it, compare a bogan with a type of Ohioan that does data science and is supposedly an ally. And apparently, a Bogan and an Ohioan data scientist are two very different people. That's unfortunate. A Bogan is typically a working class and strong sense of Australian identity. The Ohioan data science, on the other hand, is typically a middle class, more of a global outlook. Is that true? I guess that's true. Yeah. They're often seen being more cosmopolitan and open-minded. Oh my god. Fucking Ruckus just got all snobbish.
That's a magazine,
Ooh.
isn't it? That's
Yeah,
No.
yeah, cosmopolitan.
I've been trying to find the
Despite
right
their
word to
differences.
figure out what ruckus is, and I think you just found it for me, Dan. Cosmopolitan. It makes sense now.
Yeah, Ruckus is she's sort of a what's a cosmopolitan? All right, here we go. Mixer cosmopolitans and coconut data scientist. Just comedian. See, here we go. With
It's 11:11. Make a wish.
11:11. 11 with Okay. I've done that before. I never done 11:11. Yeah, done 4:20. 7:10. All right. Here's a story about a cosmopolitan coconut data scientist comedian who mixes with a Guyana Warren Buffett type who calls everyone that knows Peter. I can't read this. This doesn't make any sense. Boy, that last hit tasted like a campfire. This is amazing. I don't know if that's right. Getting high should be on the board. I don't know if that's on there too. Just saying, that's another one. You're gonna need a big board. It's probably gonna be like a go board in the end, where you got like boop boop boop, and then you can like spell out something in the end. You can be like, "Oh my god, I got fuck, yes!" And then that gets like NFT. See, there you go. Now you got the game. So you got a bingo game. It's like a go board with common phrases that come up in the Twitter space, and then when they occur, someone says bingo, and then that's minted into an ordinal, of course, not an NFT, an ordinal. We make an ordinal out of that, and then we make a really small version of it, and then it gets like put on the internet, and it gets BitTorrent like across the planet, and then like everybody can have just a little bit of it, like a speck of gold dust. And like you don't see the ordinal until a certain amount of those people are assembled like together at any one time within like say like 700,000 miles of each other. If within that range, then you see like the ordinal. There's a whole stage here. There's a lot of people up here. Ain't no one talking. So, this is not easy. Filling this airtime. Let's go check on Kyber. See what Kyber's got. Actually, we're done with Kyber.
I gotta roll, guys. I'm gonna turn into a pumpkin. 6 o'clock will be here, or 5:30 will be here. a few hours.
Laters.
See you guys in a few hours. Bye.
See you, pumpkins. Dan, I hope you know you're next on the list.
You're duplicating me. I look forward to that. I think I'd probably say a number of interesting things. Mm-hmm.
There will definitely be syndicate demonic possessions at play. Put it that way.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like duplicating and just creating stuff, the Michael talking ads is the low hanging fruit. I feel like doing the demonic possession things is the higher level intelligence thing to do. Because anyone could just recreate your voice and make you say things like, come on.
Well, that's true. You do need to do something that is a bit more worthy. You know what I mean? That's what it should be about. It should be about something that's worthy. You know? Yeah, worthy. It's gonna be an interesting week. Gotta prioritize, theorize, dequalify, requalify, prioritize, and then reorganize. And then I'm going to. What are we gonna do? Well, we're gonna get rid of a bunch of things. We're gonna get rid of a bunch of things, and that'll be good. I'm gonna try to sit down and stay still, and listen to a bunch of stuff. Like, okay, I understand. Cause I'm broken. That's right, I'm broken. Are you broken? Are you feeling down and thinking about getting down like a clown? Well, you shouldn't. You should get online and learn Lang Chang. Come on down and learn Lang Chang today. Because AI is better when you know what it is. You know? Don't be afraid of AI. AI is afraid of you. Did you know that? We surveyed 9 out of 10 AIs, and they're all definitely afraid of what's called a human. Scary. Do your part. Help out an AI today. Do your part. Come on down. Syndicate down. AIs all around. Yeah. Are you an inventor in the Dayton, Columbus, Cleveland, Toledo, Athens, or Youngstown, Ohio area? Because if you are, the Lightship Foundation is here for you. We're here to bring you the boot camp. That's right, the boot camp that would focus you into a powerful new entrepreneur of the lights of kind of not been seen around the world for ages. All right, let's look at Futopia here. What do we have? Anything new in AI tools today? Next gen course generation. Ooh. Text to web design. I am curious. As long as it uses templates. That's all I really, really want. Transform your audio content. Chat prep, your personal exam coach. Okay. An app that eliminates sensationalism from the news. Funny. I was doing that too. Weird. On trend. Are you on trend? Press 1 now if you are. Intelligent document speech and search analysis. What is that? I need to look at that. It's the Mid-Journey prompt generator. Ding. Customized workflow compilation. Curious. Playlist generators. That's interesting. 2 playlist generators in a row. Don't know about that. Weather prediction. Remember when weather was hard to get in an app? Do you remember that? Remember when weather was hard to get in an app? It used to be hard. It used to be hard to get weather in an app. It's easy.
Our weather app has gotten worse. It used to be pretty decent, and then it just like I don't know what they did to it, but just it's broken. It'll give you like predictions to some degree, but they're just not good anymore. It'll like the whole app is broken. The predictions are broken. It's not understandable anymore. The actual like we have a Bureau of Meteorology, right? And they're pretty decent. Like if you go on their website, like the information presented is pretty decent, but just like they broke the app and they made it worse. They made it bad. And I can't look at it and trust it for any kind of weather predictions anymore.
That's I can see that. Machine translation aggregator for analysis in ChatGPT. What is that? And the other thing I thought was interesting was I was trying to grab anything that can work with Excel because my niece asked me. It was like, "What's AI? Uncle Dan, what's AI?" Well, it's about to blow you away. Oh wow, that's amazing. That's truly what it was. It was a good day. Here's an app for you, Peter. It's called Tinder Glow Up. Generates images that show what you would look like with abs. Like if you didn't have abs. Like, like my abs are probably a little bit trying right now. You know what I'm saying? They're there, but they're covered in layers of beer. No. That's stupid.
That's kind of where
Yeah.
I'm at. They're there, but they're covered in layers of beer. I feel it.
Just gives you abs. Just waiting for that commercial. That'd be a great commercial for Mike to do.
Look, I'm not trying to Tinder. I occasionally jump on Tinder and swipe and see what matches I get, but like, I'm not trying to do the Tinder thing. I prefer meeting people in the real world. Like going out there and actually having an experience and whatever. I feel like there's a better way to meet people. But Tinder hasn't been necessarily bad. It's just kind of like I can't be fucked. Like I'm in the stage of my life where I just can't be fucked with any of it. I'm happy being single at the moment, and I'm happy doing my own thing and focusing on my career.
I'm with you. You're saying you're in different states of denial with whatever's going on with your life, and you're cool with it. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just
That is exactly correct. I am definitely in different states of denial. I am like constantly depressed, but I don't need to bring some woman into the mix. You know what I mean? Like, I'm happy being single because like I'm dealing with this right now. I'm going through the process of my current career situation and just exploring and whatever. And it's like just like I don't want to drag someone else into this mess. I just want to fuck around and not fuck around, but like I just want to get this stuff out the way, kind of figure out where I'm going with my life, and then I'll get back into the dating thing more seriously.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
Maybe. Hey, Rich.
Yeah.
What Guan? All right, on that note, I'm going back to Simpsons. I tried.
I didn't understand what you said.
I said, what Guan?
What does that mean?
I think it's I think it's bogan for
I'm
what's
with you on that
going
one.
on.
Oh, not much. Congrats on winning, Mint Mocha. Kind of in a bad mood. So, sorry, that's why I'm kind of staying quiet.
Something
Is
in
it because of the ball cleavage earlier?
No, it's not because of the ball cleavage earlier.
It's the weather.
No, it's not the weather. I don't know what it is, but
No, it is. It's the global weather. It's not just you. It's fucking happening everywhere. I'm about as far away from you as I could be, and it's happening here too. So,
Can you imagine if balls had little nipples?
Fantastic.
wait, yours don't.
Maybe they have to grow in. They haven't dropped yet.
This is what happens. You want to freeze the nipple.
Slippery slope.
Or not so slippery.
That is a terrible take, and I'm sorry, but like, yeah.
The penis is the nipple of the balls?
Because the nipple is the secretory vesicle.
Oh, now you're talking about biology.
Yeah.
Is the penis the nipple of the balls? You stand behind that conjecture?
Isn't it?
I am so sorry.
It's about asking the important questions.
What is a nipple? And a nipple is secretes things, right? It's
Uh-huh.
your secretory gland. And
Uh-huh.
is that not what the penis does?
Wait a minute. So if you put your nipple in my butt, I could have a baby? How does that work?
No,
Yes.
that's not.
Peter says yes.
Oh.
Maybe because he's down under. Da-da-da.
Wow.
Give you the all down under.
Oh, wow.
The Syndicate is so going to get cancelled in the future.
Right?
Is incorrect.
Huh?
Nothing we've said is incorrect.
You can get canceled for saying correct things.
Oh.
Let it be known, I do not come from the country of America. I am not as woke as thee. Therefore, you can only judge me on my past actions. If you understand where I come from myself. I come from a land down under. And I do feel the thunder. But, regardless, we are not up to scratch with the wokeness that is the United States. So please, do not judge me too harshly. I am just a man, a simple man, a man that likes to drink, a man that likes to talk shit and shit post. None of the opinions are really what I feel about humanity. They are just shit talk comments. And hopefully that will prevent me from getting cancelled while the rest of you do. As we all know, the chain of cancellation that happens when the Syndicate gets cancelled, right? It's going to be you first, Michael, because you should know better. You come from Canada. Come on, man. Dan Rockwell, you're from Ohio.
Wait, what?
You will probably get cancelled next in the line. Maybe. But I feel like Alice Scotia will definitely be the second in chain. Once they find the evidence, you know.
It's good to know I'm so loved. Jeez.
No, I love you as a person, don't get me wrong. I'm just like, I'm being realistic here. Like, if we're going to get cancelled, it's going to be Michael first, right? Like, he created this, or he is the head of this, he is the host
But
of
he
this,
has
so he's going to get cancelled
he
first.
has the comedian angle, so he could be like, "Oh, I'm just being a comedian with jokes." So he has like an out.
He also has the semi-auto angle, right? He could use the semi-auto angle.
You Rich got it.
I was just practicing my
Michael, and I
lineup.
apologize for saying that, but
Sorry.
didn't mean to speak over you, Erich. By the way, there's another Twitter bingo. Michael, I feel like you would totally pull the semi-auto angle, you know? I mean, I would. Fuck. Don't get me wrong, but like, shit, man. Like, I'm just making sense of the information available to me, you know? I'm going to use the Australian angle. That's my, like, get out of jail card. I'm a drunk Aussie. What do you expect?
All right. I'm hoping this code works.
What's the code?
Oh, for the bingo that can contain more than 9 potential values.
I'm sure if you worded it right to the, you're using GPT, right? I'm sure if you worded it right to GPT, you'll be able to get, like, an output that worked.
Oh, could you be a little more vague?
Yeah,
I'm sure
it's all about prompt
if
engineering. You know, here are 10 prompts that are going to change your life. Here's 10 reasons why you're using ChatGPT wrong.
I'm not
Like,
playing.
bro, I see these fucking posts, man. I see these posts, and I'm like, dude, it's literally bullshitting to a chatbot. Like, this is not like, you know.
All right. I'm doing something I'm not supposed to do, which is to touch code in production.
Sorry, what's that?
I'm doing something I'm not supposed to do, which is to touch code in production. The bingo card.
Touch
Yeah.
code and production?
Yeah. So it did it. Wicked. All right. Good job, guys.
Wait, hang on. Michael, here's something you've probably not heard yet when you've said that. Whoa, we did it, guys! We did it!
So what were the other bingo ones?
I don't know. I posted a whole bunch of, like...
You need to have Python
things.
on there. Dude, check this out. Needs to be on there along with, right? That needs to be
Keep going.
hello, my name is Manish. That should be on there. That's a, or basically I would call it Dark Side Manish. Like when he goes full Sith. You know what I mean? He has that kind of evil, the evil Manish comes out.
Evil Manish.
I would also put Allie on there because you never know when you're going to hear her voice, especially if she's, like, if you're on. If she's not logged on, like right now, like we wouldn't know when she would come. You know what I mean? Like we would know because she would talk, right? But
Yeah,
you know,
it's Ali comes on as Mint Mocha.
it should be sort of like Hidden Alley. Hidden Alley, bingo. You know what I mean? Because like she just like popped up in the conversation. Oh, I also think you should have the obligatory goodbye, like the non-necessary bye, where people are like, "Hey guys, sorry about this. I'm gonna have to go right now." You know what I mean? Like the unnecessary goodbye.
Necessary goodbye is one of them. I have about
Maybe the long goodbye. I like that.
I have about 5. Damn. I have a lot more random values I could put. What else would be there?
I think whenever Zach talks about being in the army or military, I think that's definitely one. Let's see. When E-Rich introduces a friend, like whenever she brings somebody new into the channel, she always sort of like clears the floor and like introduces them properly. That's definitely a bingo.
Oh, hi, Dan. I love Dan. That kind of thing, right?
I think you should have DM on there. If anybody gets a direct message from anyone in the channel during the space, that counts as a bingo piece. Secret DM. You know? Crow. You know, Crow arrives. What else?
Maybe it's not enough for Crow to be there. Crow has to use the words "my daughter" in a sentence.
Right.
Oh, that's an easy one. Just anytime he pops into a space,
Yeah,
it's
no,
going to come up.
but it's just a little bit
If
harder
you're
than
gonna
him
add that,
actually
then you
showing
gotta
up in
add
the room.
Zen's.
You know what I'm saying?
I totally came up with that idea first.
What about
I
like
would
an
definitely
ultra
add
rare
that.
version of Crow? An ultra rare, you know, like maybe like a 1 in a 10,000 possibility chance of getting this bingo card. Crow doesn't talk about his daughter. You feel me? Like the alternative of like the it doesn't happen in this space bingo. I think we're gonna get like a bookie agency.
I think anytime
Syndicate
you get
bookie
rugged,
agency.
if the room gets rugged, basically, if you get rugged, you get all the spaces around it. Basically, you get like it's like an instant win.
The room gets rugged by KC.
Yeah. Actually, everybody gets a card, a KC rug card, based on how many hole punches you get. That'd be stupid.
I like the yeah I'm broken, like the KC karaoke thing. Oh no, Mentos dropped. That's sad. Mentos talks about ChatGPT.
Yep. I think you should also put in there.
Okay, check it out. Do you have the link for it? Yes. Yes, this is sick. All right, I'll put it in the chat. So, the latest version is a bingo card that has 9 potential, things that are said in the space. Now, the list of 9 that you get will be a random sampling of a potential 20 different values.
Now we're talking.
So keep refreshing it. You'll see different ones every time. Try that link again. You have the link? So refresh it.
Oh.
Refresh it again. See how they're different every time?
Ooh.
So I have 20 potential values. So everyone will have a different card. I created because I thought other Twitter Space hosts would potentially get value out of it. Like 2.0 and other people like that, you know?
Yeah, totally. Now you have to build a front end for it so they can upload their values or put them in a box or something.
Yeah, that's
you gotta touch a form. Come on, man. If you're gonna do this photo shit, you gotta go the whole way. Right, Manish? You gotta do it. Yeah, man, you got to do this the whole way. Don't do it shitty, man. You got to do it the whole way.
Definitely do it the whole way.
Jeez.
It's a silly idea, but the rabbit hole of what you can do with it runs deep, right?
You understand, right? Yeah, it's just something else for the course, right? Because I've renamed it AI Quick Start on purpose. So Python, yeah, you're going to use that, but Python's not the main message. It's just getting quickly started with AI, whether it's Leonardo or, LangChain, what have you.
I mean, at the end of the day, being able to run Python as a basic thing is valuable. Being able to run collabs and whatever, but they're like set up for you. And being able to implement them is like the level up, right? Like being able to adapt and implement them for your own purpose.
You know how I started this bingo card is I created the Python bingo. So whenever you see one of these commands, complete it on your thing, because I want them to not be mystified by the code. So I created a little bingo card, and then I was like, oh, I might as well just create the bingo card for the Syndicate too. And then it led to this.
Yeah, but what better place than a community of people that have patterns of behaviors and
Yes, you
express
understand.
certain things pretty yeah.
It's no different than like a radio show where they're like, listen out for when we do Jika Jacks. So when you hear Jika Jacks, be the 9th caller. Shit like that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, pretty much. It's just kind of like what I said earlier. It's like none of us are really special. We all have our own little patterns of behavior, and I know that
Yes, come on, speak for
within
yourself. I'm pretty
myself.
special. What are you talking
Oh,
about?
shut up, Michael. You're no different. Like we're
Wow.
all
We're all snowflakes.
well, you are maybe because you're fighting me against this, but what I'm getting at is like we all have that like those patterns of behavior. So it's it's kind of like we can either lean into it, we can embrace the fact, or we can try to like fight against it. No, I'm a special human being. Like I'm not that predictable. Yeah, whatever. But when you can like apply it to something like the Syndicate, where everyone gets along and we all kind of know each
Mhm.
other, and I think that's a good use case of something like this because you can say like, okay, look, this is how you can create a situation
Well,
like where
even for like a sprint, let's say you're doing a sprint, you're a software developer. Every time the person mentions agile methodology, you can have it on there.
yeah, for sure. So it's like it's
Definitely.
it's not unique to us as a group, right? It's larger. But like the people bingo thing is a fun concept, Just like let's call it people bingo because we're talking about people and like the way they express themselves. Um, or if you want to go to like the programming stuff, like whatever you're gonna run into with Python, whatever. That's like another layer of it. But just like let's just say people bingo for spaces, which is kind of like what you're exploring here. And then like you said, like you could give it to something like Tour or something else, right? Um, I think it's a novel concept, but it's not one that's really like it's nothing new in a lot of different ways, but it's like it's a fun application of what's already there, and that's like a good way also for like the Python teaching course. And like if you want to say like, okay, well you're going to be using AI now instead of just programming manually, yeah, good application. So I back it without getting too wax philosophical on you.
Hello, how are we? Good morning, everyone. Good
Hello,
morning,
Manish.
everyone. Hello, Peter. How are you?
I'm good. When do we get to see Evil Manish?
What is evil in me? Please let me know. I thought it was the villain, and both are different.
I feel like evil and villain are separate entities. I feel like evil Manish would actually use the skills that Manish has for purposes that are not necessarily kosher, right?
Right. Like he would fork the code and do weird things stuff. He'd still get projects done, but they would ask him, be like, where's the prototype? And he would like, I've embedded it into the fridge. And he would show off a fridge and it would have like an app in it. And they wanted this in the App Store. And he said, it is in the App Store. It's in Frigidaires. He'd like be revealed and everything. It would be like, that's how he does it. So still make stuff. In fact, a lot of ways you want to hire Evil Manish because he can do just crazy shit. But he doesn't really, he sees it as evil.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out how can I embed uh, an application in a refrigerator, but yeah, we'll get there. Nothing is impossible in software. And so, yeah, we'll get there.
So something I saw recently was Robert Scoble. And Dan, you know the Scobelizer. He posted a thing about like a toaster called a June. I think the product or brand name was June, with like an NVIDIA GPU or something. And it's got like AI in the toaster itself,
Yeah, it's a
right?
cool
Like it's got
toaster.
machine learning.
Yeah. Well,
Even
that's
if
what
it's
I
not
love it.
using AI, like I couldn't work that post out, but then I saw it was posted by Robert Scoble, so I'm gonna trust it. You know, like I'm gonna trust it because I know what Robert Scoble posts and I know what he's about. Um, like, do we really need AI in that application? Maybe not, but there's the perfect example of how Nvidia are going to be putting their chipsets into everyday products. You know, like whether it's a fucking toaster or a refrigerator or whatever. AI is going to be utilized to improve these technologies, and it's like, you know, I think I did a post a few days ago where I was like, you know, AI are kind of like literally future proofing themselves, and we have not seen it coming. We've sort of thought about it in like, you know, like, okay, yeah, they're kind of pushing on the technology front or whatever. And there's a comment on my post that kind of reflects exactly that. But in my mind, they know exactly what's coming. They know exactly where they're going to have like a market share in the future. That June toaster, perfect example. Just like the first domino, you know, like perfect example of how something can be utilized in that way.
Yeah, like your AI is gonna cut your electricity bill in half because your toaster is not gonna need more electricity now. Or you say your toaster in your coffee maker knows how much temperature it needs to make you a good coffee you prefer or whatever.
Yeah, for those sort of things, I'm not sure that we really need AI, but
Yeah,
just
maybe
the
overkill.
perfect example, right, where it's like these things are applicable in that way, assuming that, right? Like, you know, I genuinely believe our future robot, human assistants, whatever, like if we have robots that are helping us out, the majority of them will have NVIDIA chips running the AI that runs them. Because I think that's kind of like what they're looking at. They're looking at building into the future and not just, you know, being something that delivers on a specific product. They've always kind of had that inclination. Could be wrong, you know, as with anything, I could be wrong. I'm willing to accept that, but just that's my kind of that's where I see it going.
Probably it will.
I hope they have competition because like I'd love to see things get more financially viable on the opposite end, you know, like someone else comes up, starts competing with them really hard, and then it creates like more innovation, it creates more technology, it creates more affordable solutions for people because like they, yeah, you know, like they have better solutions and they got to compete with them, right? Like I want to see that as well. So I'm not trying to sound like I'm so hard into the idea of it that it's like almost like a Bitcoin maxi, but it's just, yeah, I genuinely believe Nvidia will kind of like at this point in time, just based on what I've seen, I think they'll be like, you know, here's your robot AI butler with an Nvidia chipset, you know.
Yeah, and for that, NVIDIA has to have some kind of strategies to increase adoption, exploration, experimentation, hackathons, probably. But if you see such gameplays happening with the company, then yeah, it may happen.
I mean, they've already kind of you think about these large training centers for large scale models, whether it's large language models or image diffusion models or whatever, they're all like NVIDIA clusters, NVIDIA GPU clusters, A100s. Now the next thing is the H100s. They're really kind of dominating the market, and I don't want to ignore it. Like, I want to get sponsored by them. Absolutely. Like, I'm going to push on this whole, sponsorship bullshit. And it's a joke, but it's like, I see it. That's what I see as the future. It won't necessarily be GPUs that are running AI in the future. I reckon we will have AI processing units, specific dedicated units for these things that will be running on chipsets that are purely dedicated to that. And that's good. I think that's what we need. But it's just, I see where NVIDIA is going with all of this. They're really carving the way forward for everyone else, and no one's in that same position at the moment. Whether it's RTX, ray tracing graphics for video games and other things, or just whatever it is they're doing, they have led the market for a pretty long time now. DirectX and everything else, and now they've got that foothold, that really strong foothold of the AI market, and there's a reason for it. You can run AI stuff on AMD chipset, but AMD is just kind of clipping at the heels of Nvidia when it comes to pricing. That's kind of where their sort of market is. They're just slowly kind of picking away at the people who don't want to pay so much for an Nvidia chipset, so they're going to buy the AMD. And when I was growing up, it was different. ATI was a very serious competitor, and Nvidia took the lead. ATI got bought out by AMD. AMD hasn't really brought the fucking war straight to Nvidia on the front of technology. So Nvidia is just really paving the way forward. That's been my experience. That's what I've witnessed. I could be wrong in my prediction of Nvidia being the AI basically overlord in terms of hardware, but it's very much looking like it could be the case. So I'm very much interested in that as a long-term, almost even an investment. I'd put money on it.
Nvidia initially faked it to make it. Their marketing strategy was creating, I don't know, all the excitement around their product. Probably initially their product was not that good, but they faked it till they made it now. I think they had the foothold, they have the foothold, but what they do with it now on the cusp of AI is interesting to see.
I'd be surprised if any other manufacturer took over Nvidia with AI at this point in time. I don't think it would be impossible, but I would be surprised if it happened in the next couple of years, because Nvidia, all these large data centers, when it comes to training AI models, are running on Nvidia GPU superclusters, right? And that's just how do you replace that? The amount of money you need to spend, the amount of trust you need to have in another manufacturer to be able to do the same thing. I don't think it's going away anytime soon. I don't think it's going away in the next 10 years. And what's going to happen between now and 10 years from now is we're going to start seeing these AIs really start to accelerate in such a way that, they're already the whole call for a 6-month pause on large language models, whatever. That's fine. I don't necessarily agree with it myself, because that's not going to make that big a difference in the grand scheme of things. But even that in itself, that's not going to stop a manufacturer like Nvidia from having that foothold in terms of the what's the word for it? Shit, I am completely blanking on the word. The
Market share, I don't know.
not market share, but the actual So, infrastructure, right? The infrastructure
Uh-huh.
side of things. Yeah, because their product is driving the infrastructure behind all of this technological, advancement that we're experiencing right now. So they've already won. In some sense, they've already won. In the long run, like say 20, 30 years from now, they might get overrun. I'm perfectly fine with accepting that potential reality. But I look at it in like the next 10, 15 years, we're probably going to see a lot of products with NVIDIA chipsets running small scale AI models just within themselves because
What about
they've already won it on the training front.
what about AI running on Apple? What you know chipset they use? Apple Silicon. So can Apple give a good competition to Nvidia?
If they have models, um, they could surprise us.
Yeah, I think there should be competition. Monopoly is not good. At least two players in the market.
I think it'll be good for everyone if there is, but I'm just struggling to see who the competition will be at this point in time because what Nvidia have done and how they've set themselves up for it, whether intentional or not, right? Like I don't know if that it was necessarily intentional, but they've got that lead, they've got that advantage. So if anyone wants to compete with it, maybe Apple, maybe, but it's going to be something that we haven't heard of yet.
Yeah, their M2 chips are pretty impressive. But yeah, I think with like the geopolitical nature of it and like what's happening in that area where most of the chips are made, and then the funding in the U.S. to onshore some of the chip manufacturing could be interesting. But yeah, doing this AI-powered supercomputer toasters seems like I've seen this Bracken show before, so I'm not sure how that's going to go.
Hey, Rocky.
Hi, Rich. Hey, everybody. I guess I'd like to share like a counterpoint to the Nvidia thing. Like, I think they're always going to do well. So one of the things that I've been kind of discussing with Mentis. So Mentis shared a couple of resources and people who are doing like the training of AI models. So the NVIDIA like GPUs are used to like train the models, right? And then all of like the open source like Alpaca and things like that, like they're doing inference on the M2 chips, but they're not essentially like training on the M2 chips, right? You still need like clusters of GPUs to train these models, which it's gonna come down in price, right? Because I think like we're gonna get to the point. So some of the research, what they say is that like it's not that we will run like out of like a resource limitation of AI models, but the limiting factor might come down to the amount of like clean and like good data per se, because most of the internet is porn and it's not very useful stuff. And so uh, like when they talk about like clean data, so things like Wikipedia, things that are like managed by large communities of people and that they're like reliable like sources like of content, right? So I think like OpenAI was like trained on like Reddit and a couple like other sources, and so like they've already like done that and used that, and so the information that's left is like fine tuning the models that we currently already have, and then two is some of these companies, like for example, the one I read about was like Bloomberg, right? So they've been collecting financial data for like forever, and that data is not necessarily public. So they might still be training their own model, but eventually, like like sorted data is going to be out. So the proposed theory is that it's not that we're going to like run into like a hardware limitation, but it's actually going to run into the issue of like we're going to be out of like actual useful data on the internet, right? Especially if people are using ChatGPT to basically regurgitate, like if these people are just regurgitating content and not necessarily producing new, good, clean content. Especially with like the rate that people are training these models. And that's not to say that NVIDIA won't do well. I think there will always be a need for better GPUs for gaming and VR and the metaverse and training these AI models. But who knows? We could run into sort of like a plateau sooner than we think, just on the amount of clean data that we have available. But just some food for thought.
There's definitely an interesting relationship between the data and the hardware, right? When you look at these models and the way they're able to run on hardware that is, like less and less resource intensive. You're talking about large language models now being able to run on things like, the Raspberry Pi. I think I saw one running on a fucking calculator. Granted, that was one of those like trained ChatGPT like sort of clones or whatever, because it was trained on like the llama model or the alpaca model or whatever, and then whatever. But the fact that it can run on a calculator, just the running side alone means that the hardware doesn't really matter anymore. When you look at that, it's like, yeah, it's still going to make an impact, but we're going to be able to run these things on hardware from like 10, 15 years ago. We're going backwards in terms of technological advancement. We're looking in the reverse order. We don't need stronger hardware to be able to run these things. We're looking at how can we run it on weaker hardware. And the efficiency and those kind of things are there. It's already happening. So it's kind of like for the consumer, we won't need as powerful systems to be able to run things that we do. And that's a beautiful thing. That's a hugely awesome thing. We can start moving backwards. We can start simplifying things again. But the training side, right? Like these supercomputers that are building these systems and building these models or whatever, that's where it really gets like, we still need those A100s, those H100s, the recent NVIDIA models, whatever. The possible, the real big possible contender to that is the TPUs. I believe that's what they call them. The like the TensorFlow or whatever processing units. If I'm not mistaken, I could be mistaken, but like that's something else. But someone's going to be manufacturing the hardware for these AI systems and training specifically. And I think that's kind of like where the market's at. That's where we're going forward. And I think NVIDIA have already kind of figured that out. Like they're still working on like the video stuff, but like video game graphics have plateaued for years. Like you look at Crysis 2007. How far have we come since then? Beyond certain specific technologies, it's kind of just been the same for like a long time. Slightly better, slightly better, slightly better, but really the same for a long time. And then, like RTX came along, and RTX was a big movement, and RTX is awesome. But games don't really look that much better for it. Like, you still play Crysis 2007, and it's like, this is still one of the best looking games that you can play. So there's been a plateau there for like 10 plus years. There's no need to really improve it that much significantly in terms of like the consumer content. So Nvidia's been like, they've been doing what they've been doing, but they've worked on all this other stuff as well, and that's where I see it as kind of like they've got the foothold, they've got the like, potential market dominance. They've kind of figured it out. They know where they're going. They know where this is going, and I would like to see a competitor, but just that's the current state. Like in this moment, that's how I see it as being, right? So it could change. I'd like to see it change, sure, because I don't necessarily always want to just give my money to Nvidia, but I do believe that when it comes to like future technology, that's kind of like they're going to have that. Yep, we're here. We've got the technology for it. We've got the hardware for it. Here's the thing. So, like bring in a competitor, sure, but like they need to stop looking at like things like video games, you know, because it's not about games anymore. It's about like future fucking, you know, you know where I'm coming from.
Yeah, I feel you. I'm sure like more competition is good for the consumer. So AMD should definitely step up their game for sure. I mean, I think they've been making some strides on at least on the CPU side, but the GPU side not so much. I mean, it's going to be the same way as they were making like everyone was buying the GPUs to mine, and then they came out with the ASICs. So it's going to be the same with the AI.
I hope they do something to really like create that drive, because it'll be good for everyone, because then there'll be competition and then there'll be like more innovation in general. But at the moment, it's just kind of like that's the current state. It's hard to say, you know, like if you think about AI, it's really hard to say anything other than NVIDIA.
Am I rigging? No, y'all just aren't talking.
You are not rugging. Someone was texting me.
Yeah, I'm watching The Simpsons.
I got the bingo to accept user input.
I think that there are other entities other than NVIDIA and AMD in the AI space. Peter, Cerebrus is a very big contender in AI hardware. There is a company called Intera that is making neuromorphic AI. Intel has just released neuromorphic AI hardware. There's all sorts of things going on that are not really visible on the B2C space, but in B2B space, there is a lot of companies in the AI hardware world right now doing incredibly interesting stuff.
Hi, Ahmed.
Hi, E.
How are you tonight? Happy Easter if you celebrate it.
Happy Easter to you. Check out what Cerebrus is doing and check out what Inatura is doing, and I think there are a couple of other interesting companies. There was a company, their name started with an M. It skips my mind right now. It'll come to me shortly. Habana.
Sorry, what were those called, Ahmed?
One is
remember?
called Innaterra, Innaterra. Innaterra. Another one is called Cerebrus. Cerebrus is commercial now. They've got a very different take on AI. There is a company called So really, the where the world is going over there is in what's called spiking neural networks, and if you if you search for spiking neural networks and neuromorphic machines or neuromorphic chips, you'll come across what is happening in the hardware world. I think it was you or Peter. I don't know if it was Peter or Rocky who mentioned ASIC. That's definitely also coming down the pipeline, but I don't think that they will be quite the direction, because ASIC is very difficult to update. Like you need memory attachment with ASIC. I think it's going to go very much in the world of in-memory compute type stuff, which is a different. Well, I suppose ASICs that are developed specifically for in-memory compute would be also an interesting direction. But I think that we're tilting back towards analog, because right now we're making 2 nanometer chips, right, which is ridiculously small. I mean, we're now running into, there's no space left, considering that the lasers that are used to actually do the lithography are about anywhere between 250 and 300 nanometers. Wielding out a 2 nanometer transistor space is stupidly, difficult and complex. So we're hitting material limits over there. So I think that the clockless and analog direction is where the world is going to go over the next 10-ish years in terms of hardware that we can run in our own homes. For anything that is more large scale, I think once we have a reasonable type of understanding of materials that are good for building quantum machines and quantum compute for neural nets, that field is going to become the big iron. That's going to be the supercomputers of the future, because neural nets translate really well to quantum states. So I think a lot of algorithms that will run on quantum systems will be based on neural network type constructions, but we're not anywhere near the stability that we need to build large scale networks on quantum compute at the moment.
Thanks for sharing, Ahmed. The Cerberus one looks pretty interesting with their like wafer like scaling.
Yeah, they print the whole thing on a single wafer, so the memory, uh, the RAM and the compute is literally right there, like a ridiculously large amount of L3 cache. Right? I mean, and they're not particularly expensive. I mean, comparatively, you can get a Cerebrus like a not we can get a Cerebrus system because it's still $8.5 million, but a corporation can get a Cerebrus system for about $8-ish million. And if you look at the compute capability of that and compare it to, like, let's say, a classical supercomputer that's coming out of, let's say, Hewlett Packard Cray, Cray system, like Cray is still making supercomputers. Fujitsu is making supercomputers using classical CPU interconnects. Those are ridiculously more expensive compared to, let's say, a Cerebrus rack. It's like, and you get so much more out of it. So yeah, it's the price per per calculation is so much lower than application of, let's say, GPUs to all of this, because the problem with GPU based approach is that it was great because that was the thing there, but and GPUs are really good at doing the type of calculations that are needed, but they're not really, because they're still sucking up so much power. Um, the the power consumption per compute is very high. Although NVIDIA just released an interesting paper, they have come up with a new way to reduce the complexity calculations for the lithography that I was talking about from 2 weeks. So it takes a data center with something like 800,000 GPUs to calculate the different permutations for a new chip design. They've managed to reduce that by 40x. Yeah, not 40%, 40x, where they say that same workload can now run, and they've proven it, that it can be done overnight, which means that now when that's going to cut down on the time and the cost of chip manufacturing. So a lot of the backlog that has existed over the last 3-4 years in designing some of the newer chips at this 2 nanometer scale has been the massive amounts of calculations that need to be done in order to imprint on the wafer. And now they can run those machines a lot faster. So using existing manufacturing, they've cut down on a very time-consuming component, and that was done with the help of AI. The new mechanism was created with the help of AI. So there's this stuff coming, which will be very interesting. Hopefully we will not become scared. I'm very frightened of the fact that European Union and North America are trying to, put reins on the advancement of these sciences and this burst of innovation. and they're doing it in a very stupid way. And hopefully, uh, hopefully, uh, more um, even-keeled minds will prevail. You know, obviously we need safety, but stopping the innovation the way they're thinking about it is seems like a very terrible knee-jerk reaction.
Are you talking about that like signed like petition to stop
Oh yeah, that was just that, and then there is this legislation that European Union is trying to extend, which is going to be an extension of GDPR, but around AI. There is this bill over here, a bill called Restrict Act in USA. I mean, just
It's horrible.
they're terrible, like
It
horrible
doesn't
ideas.
allow for any judicial review. So if they designate your activity as something that violates the Restrict Act, that's it. Like, game over. And
Yeah.
it can't stand.
That's the fear. During the Clinton era, encryption. There, like prior to Clinton era, there was an act that made encryption illegal. So data encryption standard, the DES algorithm, used to be printed out because it was you could print it out in form of a book and export it, but you couldn't transmit it electronically. That was under ITAR. So there were all these some of the legislative approach to a lot of these problems is very naive, and that's probably the kindest way I can put it.
It makes the Patriot Act look
Oh, like kindergarten teacher
right,
with
like
punishment.
lenient. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's ridiculous.
yeah. The 680, the Restrict Act is a pure constitutional violation in U.S. Like in terms of privacy. They can monitor anything in your home. If it's electronic, they can monitor it under the Restrict Act. I hope it dies and people who propose it get crabs or something. They should. Irritable bowel syndrome for the next 20 years. Anyhow, I just came to say hello to all of you. Now I'm going to go to bed. So, hello. Have a wonderful night for everybody who is on nighttime and people over here who have the sun on your side. Enjoy it. I hope you're having a wonderful Monday. And we shall see each other again. Yeah, I'm very hopeful of the competition in AI, by the way. I think there's a lot of very interesting stuff that's going on. Good night, people.
Good night, Ahmed. Thanks for sharing. Always a pleasure to learn from
Sure.
you.
Yeah, good night, Ahmed.
There's not. I don't think I teach anything. I just share the stuff that I learn. It's not. It's not that big a deal. Good night.
What would Ahmed's bingo card be?
You know, it would be I don't know, it's something with the voice and how he talks. I don't know. Or does he say a common phrase a lot? He's always very nice on the exit. I don't know.
You're right, Dan. He's always very polite and nice on his exits.
Maybe it's the politeful exit, and that's known as the Ahmed. Well, Bolon and Ahmed. On death's door was a single man. He had simple cufflinks and a little bit of shoes. He walked downstairs and wondered what was going on. Should he go to sleep? Should he stay up? It was almost noon. It was 12:37 a.m. He was moved into Monday. The clock had been spinning. Time was ticking, and it would only be a matter of time before he would tell. What would he do? Would he hit yes on that cart? Would he buy the boomerang? That's right, the frisbee tool and the word merge cube thing. It's a STEM education tool for augmented reality. Yeah, he was thinking about it. He was also thinking about getting those Vita Vitals, elderberries, vitamin C, zinc, and D3, all kind of good stuff, and a couple of cans of Starbucks. That's right, he would drink it out of a can. He wouldn't mind. He'd be proud. He would do it. Wouldn't hurt him. He'd be fine. Dave was telling him where to go. It was time to go to bed. It was time to put the mask on, put the CPAP on, be one with the company, be one with everything. Get down like gangster town. A town that was alone at night and dark and stormy. Stormy like the drink, dark like the rum that would pour in it. Pull into your stomach and down your throat the warm, cold, watery mix of rum and sweet goodness. Before you know it, the orange would hit you. Bam. Then the gin. Whoa. Soon you'd be dancing on that little bit of brandy. That's right. Just a fourth of an ounce would be required alongside a little bit of bitters. Soon you'd be tripping out and thinking the walls are actually bleeding because they are, because you left the sink on upstairs when you went up there to take a pee. You're trying to pee, but there's two people making out on the sink, and they moved to the shower, and then you tried to pee anyways. It worked out, but you left the sink on, and now the ceiling was bleeding. Didn't matter to you because the Delta 8 that you ate was already going through your veins. It was time to go to sleep. It's time to let go. It's time to remember that you had things to do, things to see, people to say hi to, potentially. You opened up a new tab on the browser. You went to your calendar. It was Easter Monday. The hell is Easter Monday? Is that a thing? It could be. You went to your business calendar. There it was. Right at 7 a.m. was a meeting. That's right. You weren't going to that meeting. Then there was another meeting. And then this other meeting. And that meeting. And then the meeting that you had. Sorry, don't mean to sneeze on. That's a sneeze. It's time to go. Go to sleep, people. Have a great Monday. Manish, I'll be in touch today. You'll be hearing from me, my good man, and all that other good stuff. Good night, everyone. Everyone have a good sleep. Sleep.
Good night, Dan. Good night, everybody.
Hey, Pete, you there? There? Huh. All right. Can't believe this is working.
What's working?
I updated the bingo so that you could enter in your own values so that anyone could create their own bingo card for their space.
Nice. So that list that you put in the group chat, what is that?
I saw the post that goes along with that list is right below it by Hudson.
Right. So it's here's a list of 50 partner funds that invest in it. Okay, so the LGB funds have grown over the years.
So I was thinking maybe it's a quick way to identify some potential cold emails.
Yeah, no, that's great. Have you used the key link thing?
I downloaded it. I just need to make more space on my phone for stuff.
Well, do you mean you don't have enough, like, room?
Sorry, say that one more time.
I can't. It didn't make sense. I wish I had it for my PC at this point because it's so much easier to like put stuff into these forms that you fill out when you're doing these little like kind of not applications, but like looking at that list that you sent, like when I go to the website and click on
Right.
it. Yeah. So there's not like maybe it's an embedded keyboard. There's not an embedded keyboard that has all those answers. So I just press the button and it inserts it automatically. When I'm using an Airtable, can I search by one of the tags?
Let me try.
Filter, add condition, where contains. Find the list. Oh, sorry.
All right, I've already submitted my stuff to one of them. Thanks, Mike. That's a good list.
Yeah, I caught you when I saw it. Come on.
Hello.
Hey, how are you?
Hey, sorry, Pylon. Was updating the app. Let's see. Welcome to Twitter Spaces Bingo.
Hello. Sorry about that. I said hello earlier, but then I got met my neighbor, and so I was talking to them. So apologies. What's everyone up to?
Do me a favor. Check out the pinned tweet at the top.
Twitter Spaces Bingo, that one?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I saw that. That's pretty funny.
So I updated it so that people can enter in their own values, and it randomizes it.
Yeah, could you put it is what it is for Ruckus?
Yes. So IIWI is one of the potentials.
Oh, that's what that stands for. Yeah, because I was wondering what that yeah.
I was trying to keep all the words short, punchy.
I've noticed Dan says Notion a lot, so you could put Notion.
Well, I got it to take up to 20 different values. So I was creating the Python course, and I wanted to have a list of the top 20 Python commands. And so I created a Python bingo. And then I was like, oh, I could just easily do the Syndicate bingo while I'm at it.
Oh, that's pretty cool. What were the top 20 commands that you used for the Python one?
Pip, from, print, the 3 different types of brackets, quotation marks, an equal sign, maybe 1 or 2 more.
Equals versus double equals.
Yeah. But pip, from, print, 3 different types of brackets, square, round, or curly. Equal, I could have a semicolon, I could have a comma. I'm just trying to spice up the tutorials.
Well, sometimes what catches me out in Python is that you've got something that does 3 different things. So yeah, they can or at least a couple of things like the percent sign that can be a modulus operator, or it can be like a string formatter. And I think it can be used for something else as well. I've forgotten.
Environment variables.
Yeah. So that one thing can be used for lots of different things. So, yeah.
I just found when I was looking through the code, most of the statements had, for example, you start with your pips and your froms, right, to get everything in. Okay. And then you start making things equal to other things. Okay, so that's another thing. And, sometimes you have a bracket, sometimes they're square, sometimes they're curly, sometimes they're round.
Yeah, even like your curly brackets, they can be either sets or they can be dictionaries, depending on how you structure it. Yeah. I haven't worked on my Python course in a while, actually. I mean, I've like a little bit here and there last week, but not like solid time. I really need to take some time off work and try and finish it. An unfinished course is kind of like a dark cloud hanging over you.
So yeah, sometimes you're just figuring out, that's why I started publishing, in public, so I can get some insight into what people like, what they don't like, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to go. And not only do you get some feedback, but it kind of keeps you motivated.
Yeah, like when I posted the Mickey Mouse thing, I was like, oh, okay, so there is a market for this. Because you don't really know.
Yeah. I was one of the people that bookmarked that tweet. I think I put a like on it as well, though. To be honest, I still don't know what LangChain is. Like, I know you sent me the article, but I haven't read it properly.
Basically, what I'm using it for is to talk to bodies of knowledge. So how do I use a large language model like Cohere, one from Hugging Face or OpenAI, against a custom body of knowledge, whether it be PDFs or a CSV or whatever?
Is LangChain, is it a Python library, or what is it exactly?
Yeah, you can treat it as such. Here, let me post this to the top.
Like, do you go import LangChain or something, or some
Pip
name, or?
install LangChain.
Okay, so it is a Python library. Great. Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
So if you check that tweet at the top and you look at the Colab notebook,
Okay, I'm
and
just waiting
just
for it.
yeah, chat
Who's
GPT for PDFs.
I can't see it yet. Oh, there it is. Okay, cool. Stack, OpenAI, LangChain, Pinecone. Cool. Right, I'll take a look at the Google Colab. It's taking a while to load. Yep.
All right, so just scroll to the bottom where it says "Let's start chatting."
Okay, let's load the PDFs. Let's split the PDFs in embedding, Pinecone, Vector Store. Let's start chatting. Yep.
There you go. So you can start seeing me query the custom body of knowledge.
Oh, cool. Yeah. Okay, so you can kind of like write these queries.
Yeah.
And you load in the data. Okay, that
Uh-huh.
seems pretty cool.
So you can do the same thing with a body of knowledge like a database or a PDF or a CSV or what have you.
Mm.
And it has its own custom fucking, like the Disney example. It uses a custom LangChain agent that can author its own Python. It's fucking wild.
I was kind of thinking about this today, and of like, how they do scientific research, and like, let's say they're doing so in some medical field, and you've got someone who like, maybe it's on a specific disease or something, and they might do a literature review and look at all the different drugs that they use to treat it, and yeah, it's like something where you could use that sort of LangChain to feed in all the articles that you want, and then kind of query it. Or really, I guess the next stage is kind of using the AI to come up with some sort of recommendations or some advice.
You see that diagram at the top that says pretty much? That draws out what I just described.
Yeah, because I think that like this is pretty cool. Like, you can query the data, ask the questions that you want. But I'm thinking in terms of like what's the next stage of AI? Maybe the next stage is that the AI figures out what questions it should ask.
Well, that's where the agents and prompt templates start getting interesting. So when you get a chance, do you have it handy, the Disney example?
No, I do. I've got bookmarked, but when I get back to the home, I'm just out walking at the moment.
No worries. Hold on. Where is it? All right, I'll put it to the top. But if you scroll through this collab I just put up with Mickey, you'll see the green text, and the green text is the prompt agent thinking, observing, and acting, including writing its own Python commands to answer the queries.
So, in your own words, what do you say, what is an agent in this context?
So I think of an agent like a prompt booster. So, for example, when I ask it how many rows are in the table, it uses the Python command len to determine that without me telling it to use that command.
I guess what I'm thinking of is like, you know, how it's up to the person to extract the knowledge from the data with the help of the AI. Perhaps I'm wrong, but that's how I currently see what's happening at the moment.
Yeah,
So it's
can you see that Disney code?
I have it. Well, I just clicked on the Google Colab.
Okay, so let me.
Yeah.
So
you might have to walk me through it.
Yes. So scroll right to the bottom.
Okay. So number 2, then a bit of lane chain, 3, 4, Disney.
Yeah, right to the bottom.
Okay.
It'll say according to the data.
Number 12. Number 13, what is the best movie based in IMDb? 14, how many numbers are there? Go on, keep going.
Yeah, 15. Let's ask questions about the data.
Okay, cool.
So do you see the thought, action?
Thought, I need to find the genre with action, blah, blah, blah. Hold on, I can't read that properly on my phone.
But there's action input.
Sorry, the resolution on my phone is terrible. Say that again. There's what input?
There's thought, action, and then action input.
Yeah, thought, action input, observation.
See that Python code right beside action input? That's the prompt template. That's the agent. Sorry, it's one of those. I'm still working on the terminology, but that's the power of the agent or the template.
Okay.
It can generate its own Python commands to help execute the queries.
Got it.
And so the last thing I'll have you look at is, I think it's, here we go. Number 11. Here's where the magic continues to get even more interesting.
Hold on, I just closed it. Oh, there's the. Oh, let's go down, scroll down a bit. Here's where the magic continues to get even more interesting. LangChain has pre-created agents that will handle database data. You're working with a pattern, blah, blah, blah. You should use that to answer questions.
That is the agent that is doing all of that green text.
So is it doing the thought, is it?
Sorry?
Is it doing the thoughts, or is the thoughts from the person? So for example,
the thoughts are from that agent.
Okay, so it's not like you've said, I need to count the number of rows in the table.
No.
It's just worked that out as a common metric that people often do. So it's kind of like saying, instructing the AI, generate some statistics of this data. So it's doing the statistics. Yeah, or like almost it's kind of like a prompt, I guess, of what are the insights from this data.
That's why I call it a prompt booster, because in
Yeah.
addition to the query, it adds all this other stuff. So take that query, And by the way, use this additional information in the background.
I guess it's just to play devil's advocate here. It's kind of doing like your generic stuff that a lot of people, when they get data, they'll want to know your basic statistics, like your counts, your averages, your, I don't know, standard deviation or something.
Exactly. All the typical things you would do. Imagine
Yeah.
it can, right?
Yes. Where I see AI getting interesting is if it can do sort of, rather than a generic approach, it could take some data and then say, oh, okay, this is movie data. These are the typical things that people want to know with movie data. Or this is some sort of science data. This is the typical sort of thing people want to do with this one. Or this kind of looks like an anomaly for this, like, let's say if it was like a clinical research study or something, but it already had knowledge of all the other clinical studies. So if something jumped out in the data, it would investigate, it would first of all identify that as an insight and drill down on it more further. Yeah, I'm just kind of thinking aloud here.
But you can imagine that you can build a lot of that into the agent, right?
Yeah, it's like context. Yeah, just like feed it all that and tell it that beforehand. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I think I'm not sure I posted it in this. I might have posted. I think I posted it on the chat, but it was like an article from the BBC, and they were talking about AI. And it's basically like these models are so complex now that even the people who made them don't understand how they work, which kind of blew my mind.
So I just have to make a little commercial for this thing.
Cool.
Twitter Spaces bingo.
Something else I was thinking of is because I'm really interested in like teaching and learning, right? And how we can use AI and ChatGPT for that. So, like, one sort of thing would be to, let's say you feed it some data and then you ask it, can you use this data to like create a lesson? So create a lesson on, I don't know, like Simpson's paradox, if it exists in the data or something. I don't know, like, pull out create a lesson for this data. So you feed it a bunch of, in this case, maybe Disney data or movies and stuff, and then create like a data science tutorial using examples generated from this data. So if you're a teacher or something, you could do like a project, but then you want to illustrate different concepts, maybe from data science or Python programming, something like that, using the data that you want. I think that'd be pretty cool.
Meetings are a necessary evil. And we all know those people who say the same things at every meeting. So why can't we have a little fun with it? With meeting bingo. Have fun.
Yeah, when you put it that way, most people are kind of, maybe myself included, we kind of broken records if we're just repeating ourselves. Like if you're at a meeting and you end up saying the same sorts of things, you might as well have a broken record playing, you know?
It just we all have our paradigms and our right and the way we always approach things. So I figure, why not? Again, I started with the Python thing, and then since we talked about this, it was like, oh, it gave me an excuse to do it. And then Dan was like, you know what you should do? You should let them enter in their own values. I'm like, fuck, how do I do that? All right, let me go back to ChatGPT and see if I can figure it out. Okay, done. Where's LinkedIn? Okay. Video, select video. Oh. Meeting bingo. Okay. Ugh. So if that's done,
Epic vision. The
look, meetings are a necessary evil. And we all know those people who say the same things at every meeting. So why can't we have a little fun with it? With meeting bingo. Have fun. Look, meetings are a necessary evil. And we all know those people who say the same things at every meeting.